Okay. Okay, it is 4:01 on April 17th, and I am calling us to order. This is a work session, and during this work session, we are going to discuss the proposed Bastrop building block codes, including character districts, place types, street designs, building types, and the patterns there. We are definitely at a quorum. Councilmember Rogers, the city manager, and I know earlier today that she had had an issue and she will not be able to be here till a little bit after 5, but she is coming, so we will have a full dais at that point. This is a continuation of a meeting that we started last week, and it's a lot of information that we're going over, and I know that we have some members of planning and zoning in the audience, and I've had conversations, last week I had conversations with Matt Lewis and the city manager, and I had some follow-up conversations yesterday and today, and I just kind of want to step back a little bit and make sure we're all on the same page of what we're trying to accomplish. And that is, as a part of our Building Bastrop initiative, we are going to be doing a completely different type of zoning. And it doesn't mean that there's not going to be zoning, but there's going to be a different type of zoning. What we will go over, and I spoke with Councilmember Ennis, and I want to talk about that example as a way to make it relevant for community. But the point of council having these conversations is we are policy states. We're the 50,000 feet. We're trying to put the bar dishes on each side of the road. I know I've had at least 2 planning and zoning commissioners ask me, well, wait a minute, why are you guys talking about it first? Why aren't we talking about it first? The point of coming to council is to set those policies, bar ditches on the road, so to speak, so that planning and zoning doesn't get it and go off, lack of a better term, on a rabbit trail for it to be then pushed up to council for council to say, well, no, that's not what we want as a bar ditch. So the purpose of having the policy discussion first is to make sure the 50,000 foot view is taken care of, and then there's still going to be a lot of things to vet, and that will allow planning and zoning to work with both Matt Jones, police department, and our consultant, vet all of that information, but keep it between the bar ditches, so to speak. The other thing I want to clarify, because there's been some discussions about that we're rezoning the entire town, and we are indeed rezoning every piece of property inside the city limits of Bastrop. But take, for example, Councilmember Ennis. He owns a house on Pecan. That's very much public information. It is zoned SF7. There is going to be a transition chart that all SF7 is now in, Matt, is it P2? P3. P3. That if you were in SF7, it doesn't matter if you're Councilmember Ennis, it doesn't matter if you've ever walked in the face of City Hall. If you're on a lot that is zoned SF7, your new zoning is going to be P3. As long as you don't change that structure, it doesn't matter if you live in that house, if you sell that house 3 times, if nobody ever does anything to that house, you will always be P3, and you will think, why are we making such a big deal about this? I don't care. I'm in my house and life is good. As soon as you want to make a substantial change to that structure or to that lot, you are then going to be very interested in what can happen on a lot that is zoned P3. The other thing that you want to know is if you happen to live across the street and somebody is zoned P3 and they do happen to sell their lot, or they themselves decide to change something substantially, you want the reassurance that the neighborhood that you have lived in and want to live in the future, that the character of that neighborhood, that the expectations of the type of architecture is going to be consistent. And that is why we are creating character districts. So it is this process, once it is completed, will impact every single person who owns property inside the city limits of Bastrop, and learning that, and quite frankly, some folks don't know if they're in SF7 or SF9. They may not know what their zoning is now, And when we send them the note that says you now have a new zoning, they may not care what their new zoning is. When it's going to matter is if it is an empty lot and somebody's going to build something, or someone makes a decision as the current owner or a future owner. We are setting the rules of what they can change. The other thing that we need to be very clear about is the discussions that we're going to have tonight are about those kind of characters that make a specific neighborhood, give it the cohesion and feel like a neighborhood. It's really important that we get as close as we possibly can, but we're not perfect, and this code is not going to end up being perfect. But an example will be if somebody wants something and we haven't included it in P3 and it goes to planning and zoning and they say, and I'm totally making something up, maybe we're saying the second building can only be 500 square feet, and it turns out the market's driving, everybody would really like it to be 700 square feet, and in a 1 year period, there's been 5 times people have come and asked for a variance, and planning and zoning has always approved it, and council has always approved it. At the next annual review, we might consider in that district changing the number from 400 or 500 to 750. And then it could be 2 councils later, that was a horrible idea, we don't like that, and we don't want to do that anymore, and we could tweak that character district again. I know that the city manager shared with me, someone asked her, how long do you guys expect these codes to last? And shockingly, I answered before she told me how she answered, and I said forever. There shouldn't be a reason to change them because we are going to review them on an annual basis and keep them tweaked, and quite frankly, keep them between the bar ditches and adjust those bar ditches at the policy council level as needed, instead of they're down from Moses, we're going through a whole bunch of extra paperwork, we're going to use them for 10 years and then we're going to completely rewrite them again. That's exactly what we're trying to get away from. The other huge change, before, we all know zoning is because of the city of Houston. They had absolutely no zoning. You could have a strip joint next to a church, next to a pizza parlor, next to a 3-story house. There was just no rhyme or reason. And so very often when people talk about zoning, if they don't really have a need to know all of the nitty-gritty details about it, you tend to think about it in terms of use. What are you allowed to put there? I didn't know I was going to be living next to an apartment. People tend to think about specific uses. We are not including uses in building Bastrop. It is truly about the structure and the appearance of the building and where the building is with respect to the street, what it feels like when you walk down the street. So, back to the example of it's a house that's SF7. It may be a house with 2 people in it one day. It may be a house that gets divided into a duplex and there's 2 families living in it a year from now. Someone could do that without having to come to planning and zoning and without having to come to council. If in your character district in P3, we say as long as the outside of the building looks the same, the market can drive what goes on behind the facade of that building. It's real important that we understand that, because if there are specific uses that we want to make the policy decision that we are not going to allow those uses, we have to put that into the code. If things are not strictly forbidden, they are by definition allowed. So the goal of tonight, and thank you for, I did some things for us, council. I said it's really hard to see all your different colors. I can't tell what I'm looking at. Thank you for putting the names of the districts closer to the districts. We need to have a comparison code, a comparison table of the old codes and the new codes, and we also need to understand how much are we actually talking about. For example, if there's 200 acres and 3 of them are vacant, how much conversation do we want to have about even if they're vacant, they have a current zoning. We can really hone in on their current zoning would transfer to this type of zoning. That's going to allow these type of buildings. Are we okay with that in this character district on the vacant property? The enormous amount of work that's been done is going to allow us to be asked better questions and for us to provide better answers. So with that, Council, I'm hoping that makes sense. Did that help at all?
Yes.
All right. Matt, did I say anything that you're like, oh, I wish she hadn't said that, I need to correct her?
No, ma'am. That was a fantastic introduction.
City Manager, did we cover everything you wanted? All right. So is this your show or handing off to Matt? Okay.
So to go ahead and get started, I just want to get everyone associated and oriented with the packets that are placed in front of them and the information that's being conveyed by the packet. My name is Matt Lewis with Simple City Design, helping Bastrop with the building Bastrop codes. And just to summarize the characteristics that the mayor talked about, this is about building communities and building the future communities of Bastrop, how they look, feel, and function, how people move, how they get access to services, the ability to integrate different socioeconomic classes into particular areas so that everyone has access to live where they would choose to live in an affordable manner. And in order to accomplish this, we believe that what we are doing with the zoning code is changing the characteristics and the measurements that are being utilized to evaluate how we're building our places. To best allow us to understand where we're going and where we're coming from, we believe that the exercise that was tasked by the council at the last workshop really led us to understand these outcomes further. And while we were anticipating getting here, we didn't anticipate getting here this fast, and we're glad we did because it really is eye-opening for the drafting of the code. So on the zoning translation table in the 8.5 by 11 packet, what you'll see on the front is the existing zoning. Those are your existing zoning classifications. And then you'll see the place type translation. And just for the ease of conversation, I would like to explain these real quick. Rural is going to be place type 2. Well, let me start over. And we can actually label these maps too, and we'll go through these because there are terms that are associated with the place types in the code, which are the way that it's been translated on your front page, but I want to make sure that as we're talking, the terminology is consistent. So real quick, if you would either like to label the map or the frontage of this page, I just want to explain what core means and rural and neighborhood and mix in association with the place types that we have been talking about. We pulled this together really quickly, and our GIS models have the place types identified as these. That's why it says that. That's the geographic information systems. Those are the terminology we're using inside of the code. And so on the map, what you'll see is this place type map. This is a translation directly illustrating that chart on the first page. It's showing your existing zoning map, this map, with a direct translation of those characteristics, those zoning districts to place type. And what you see on the first page there is the translation that was done. And so we would ask council to review this. Is this the appropriate translation? We translated these based off of the intensity of the zoning classifications, based off of the characteristics that they create, what we believe that the community was trying to accomplish by the characteristics of those zoning districts. And the translation is how we are translating it into the new code. So it's very imperative that you all review that for consistency for future build out. And so, as I was saying, on the place type map, if you'd like to go to that, the green place type is nature, and that's associated with P1. That's place type 1. Rural is next.
Mayor and council, I just realized you did not have that. We didn't put that. I took those pages out to reduce the confusion. Trey is copying them as we speak.
Rural is place type 2, so P2. Neighborhood is place type 3, P3. Oh, sorry. P2. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. And then it's neighborhood is P3. Mix is P4. Core is P5. Yes, sir. That's correct. Nature is P1.
And the PDDs are planned development, so they would essentially be mixed use as a whole, or how would you describe them?
Since the characteristics for PDDs are their own characteristics, they're essentially their own zoning code, we are leaving them as legacy districts rather than creating nonconformities that don't need to be created. That's the intent.
What will ultimately happen, Mayor, is on the map, like you see a PDD and you know it's Hunter's Crossing.
It's going to
It'll
say
Hunter's Crossing PDD.
Okay.
So that everybody knows what it is.
And Pecan Park. And,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on the nature, I would assume that's city parks?
Yes, ma'am. Those are
And
city parks
Delgado's too
and
little
state
to
parks.
show up, or it's just not in the GIS yet?
It could be a mapping error, or and I want to preface, this was done really quickly. Oh, thank
No,
you.
that's fine. That's just one of those we need to, we'll add that. Okay. And the employment center is a special district, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's why it's not P1 through P5.
That's correct.
Okay.
So what we talked about at last meeting, and we'll have for you on the first meeting in May, we have identified with the help of BDC about 20 different pieces of property that could potentially be employment centers, and we're going to evaluate them with the consultant team, and we'll come back because y'all were very valid in your point last week that we do not want to make it look like economic development is not readily available. So we're going to do that and be very strategic, but we'll bring that back to you at the first meeting in May.
Would you also talk, the other of you talk briefly about civic space and what's included in civic? Does that mean it's city-owned? Is it not city-owned and not a park? What's civic?
Civic space are going to be program gathering spaces. It could be parks, plazas, pocket parks, small little gathering spaces. Churches or civic institutions could be identified as civic buildings. And we're also pondering whether schools would be civic space. School sites would be civic buildings and civic space rather than institutional. It sounds more of a gathering than a institution. So that's the proposal, is that those types of elements would be labeled as civic space.
I would encourage you to not say they are programmed and can be programmed so that we don't sign ourselves up for something we have no intention of doing.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Ennis?
So those spaces, those are not assigned here yet, right?
Yes, sir. We just created this classification, and that has not been built into the model yet.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. But it will be, yes.
On Tuesday's agenda, we will begin to have a conversation about the difference in public realm versus parks. Right now, the only public realm we take is parkland, and it comes in the form of parkland dedication, and it has a minimum standard of 3 acres or more. And so we need to begin to define the public realm and the civic space and have some definitions to it so that we know how to handle it and we know how to ask for it from the development community. But we're going to do Tuesday night, what we've done is the first meeting is to educate you in the community on the vernacular, and then ask you at the first meeting in May to begin to offer some policy direction if we don't get it Tuesday night, so we can come back and hard code that.
The last piece of information on at the dais is the 11 by 17 page that has the charts on it. And what this is we did an analysis of the existing place type translation by character district. Furthermore, we broke that translation down into acreage, and we also did an analysis of vacant acreage for each of the character districts, so that we know if there's only 3% left in the Riverside Grove area, that the character of the area is pretty much established, versus the Bluffs, which has approximately 68% of vacant land. Therefore, you can see the analysis by acreage of what's built out, what's vacant, and then furthermore, how the translation of the existing character of those districts have been broken down by place type, which is the larger chart on the top. And so if you have any questions on that, the bottom chart, those numbers represent acres. And so the cumulative acres are the grand total at the last column. and you'll have the individual acreage broken down by place type, by character district as well.
So Matt, I want to say that this sings to my engineering heart, and I know it's 3 charts, but it is a tremendous amount of information, and I think it's extremely helpful. Council, is it making sense to you? Any comment?
This is just what we asked for. Thank you.
Okay, Council, everybody, you cool? Your 2 maps make sense? You understand what the acreages are? Everybody on the same page?
Everybody's here.
And he hasn't talked about this one, but you all know it because you've seen it a million times. This is our existing zoning map, and it's just there for reference, and you can tell. And thank you for using the bigger city limits map for the legend on the place types. It makes it a little bit easier to see where the streets are. Councilmember Ennis?
You mentioned 2 maps?
There's these
Oh, yeah, you said you had, okay. I thought you were referring to something
2 maps.
in addition to this.
And then we've got our, the legend has your place types, and then the place types on the top of the chart by the districts. Okay, let's rock and roll.
All right, Mayor and Council, Matt and I are going to tag team. We being staff went out and did some additional in-depth studies of the districts to offer some additional information. So by character district, I'll orient you and present our findings, and then Matt will facilitate the conversation around how we get where we're going. So the first area is Cattleman's. Just to refresh your memory, predominantly this is Burleson Crossing. It is the Rosanke track. It is the Duff property at the corner of Burleson and 71 that's affectionately called the GOAT track in town. So that gives you a sense of that development. This particular office building is on the corner of Old Settlement Drive and 71. This is the Rosanke track. On Settlement Drive, you can see kind of an office, warehouse, textile looking building. This is senior housing. We also have Burleson Crossing that once Home Goods fills in that space, this kind of reflects the P5 district that you find on Main Street, where the buildings are actually share walls, and from a walkability, you can walk the entire sidewalk and have a unique experience at Burleson Crossing. This is property that is located behind McCoy's. This is property that is in the district that actually faces Blakely, that is heading toward State Highway 969 or Farm to Market 969. That will be kind of an entrance from the Austin, Travis County into Bastrop. And then this area is in Burleson Crossing that is located in front of Lowe's. That provides some opportunity for some additional development. This information reflects the information on the chart that shows you the acreage that by place type as well as the vacancy. And this particular district has about 45% vacant land to discuss. Some of the significant characteristics that we identified is that it's the entrance to, I think it's Farm to Market 969. Burleson Crossing provides significant retail opportunities, and once we change the parking requirements, there's some significant redevelopment that could occur there. Currently would be considered an employment center opportunity. It's predominantly rural and agricultural. From a thoroughfare standpoint, the intersection at Blakely and State Highway 71 currently is experiencing a lot of congestion. We have had multiple meetings with the TxDOT staff, and that intersection has real limitations on making any improvements, because the way TxDOT configures their intersections, it is predominantly for vehicular traffic, and in this case, the main traffic that they are most worried about would be on the service road of 71 that would then turn south and go on State Highway 304. So that will always be a challenge until the intersection an underpass is redesigned and redeveloped years from now.
You have said where Blakey and Highway 71 intersect, and they don't. Blakey runs parallel.
Burleson Crossing.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I just wanted to get everybody on the same page. So.
Thank you for doing that. And then it's important to note that one of the things that we're interested in all of the character zones is the connectivity. And connectivity to Riverside Grove is contingent upon the future development of the Rosanke track. So at this point in time, Matt, I'll turn it back over to you and let you lead the conversation on what you need from the Cattlemen's District.
Yes, ma'am. And I just want to point out to the council that FM, as you all are probably aware, but FM 969 coming from Austin is one of the most beautiful quintessential drives, country drives, leaving a big city, arriving at a small town. It is lovely land, and it's got great relief. And this is your entry feature from that route as they arrive into Bastrop. And so thinking through how this interacts with the 969 and the entry at Blakely, where Blakely turns off, or if they're continuing on 71, how that looks, feels, and functions is really critical. When we're creating communities, and the way that the code is written is to create this balance of place types within each district. And the reason for that is so that you get a blend of building patterns, a blend of lifestyle options, a blend of housing choices, and a blend while integrating nature into that as well. That overall look, feel, and function is present in your downtown area, and the percentages that we had discussed previously were representative of that. We don't need to get down into percentages, but what we would like to do is think through how you all see this functioning, what the community could feel like there, and how we would like to assign place types. As noted, there is about 45% vacancy in this district of parcel. So out of the 162.41 acres, 72 of them are currently vacant. And so how does the new development integrate with the existing development, and how do those transitions happen?
It's on this one.
And so those are the types of characteristics we'd like to go through. And Jordan actually broke this down, and so essentially it's 21 building blocks that are available and five farm lots. So thinking about the scale of your downtown, 21 building blocks, which is the 350 by 330 by 330 blocks in your downtown area. So that's the amount of land that we're talking about that's remaining that you all have the ability to program. Currently, all of the zoning classifications within this district are pretty much urban, P5, which may be too intense for this area or not. This is a policy decision that we'd like to pose to the council of how you would like to see this build out.
Breaking this down into building blocks, 21 building blocks and 5 farm blocks is supremely helpful.
Yes.
Now you know what to do with that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank y'all.
Yes,
That's powerful.
And Matt, is it the P2 rule, it's because there's 27 acres that are agriculture right now, zoned agriculture, is that?
That's correct.
That's what's happened?
Yes, ma'am.
So another way for us to think about it is that farmland that may stay farmland forever, or could be sold, and a developer would be coming in asking for that to be upzoned to a more intense. They could or could not, but one would think they might given what they're surrounded by. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's
And then the last question, that's a lie. The next question is, that lot is one of the lots that Melisop drew a picture of, and the picture that he drew, is that P4 or P5?
We drew a blend of different types in there. We went from P3 all the way to P5.
Okay.
So we did a blend of blocks within that area. And this amount of acreage, they would actually come in and they would be submitting a regulating plan on that. So it would be appropriate if you all selected to leave it as P1 right now and let the development community come in and plan that out as a regulating plan, or however the council would like to see that.
You said
occur.
P1, but you mean P2?
I'm sorry, P2. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm not necessarily interested in leaving it P2. I mean, I would certainly like to see some, it's a very I mean, I guess 3 could be leased, but I could definitely see P4 and in there. I mean, I think would be a really great place to put some affordable housing back up in there. And when I say affordable housing, you know, maybe apartments, condos, townhouses. So I don't want to just leave it. I think that, can we make it, can we put options on there? You need to be careful about that, because it is currently agricultural open space, and they're paying property tax based on it being agriculture, and if you suddenly rezone them a higher deal, their property taxes just
No, that's not true.
But
That's not true. So what would happen is, if it is what it is. If they're using it for agriculture and that's the way the use is, that's what it stays. But they have an option when they sell it. And just like you're talking about employment centers, because you want places for people to go to set up employment centers, we want to give property owners options of what to do with their land. But their property will stay the way that it is. We will not impact that. That will not change.
But if we say that it's P5 and then decide that it needs to be P3, then that's a take, isn't it?
Because it requires a diminution of all economic value of the property. And so just lowering the property value is it not itself usually a principal taking.
But it's not a take.
So is there a difference between saying that in this district we want to just, it can be P3, P4, P5? Is there a difference between saying the district can take more or going to a piece of property and say we no longer want any P2?
Our hope is that you all just talk about the characteristics as it builds out rather than the individual parcels at this point. We would like to talk about majority of it would be dense urban housing, or we would like to see majority of residential components. We'd like to preserve food growth in this area. Those types of conversations would be really helpful. What we can do is write the intent statements to kind of capture how that would occur, and then it can be evaluated among the intent statement at the time that development comes forward. But it would need to settle these prior to the rezoning. So if this is something the council would like to do, was not what we are intending to do tonight. In fact, we haven't really done a thorough in-depth analysis of this. This was, again, a direct translation. We would really like some time to study what's on the ground to really fine-grain tune this before we get down to that level of specificity.
So you're looking for more of things like Councilmember Jones said. I can see retail and housing, and so that's a P3 through P5-ish sort of thing, and that's what you're comfortable with, Councilmember Jones. Councilmember Ennis, I thought you hit your mic. Did you have a question?
My interest is, or question is, and you may have answered it and I didn't hear it. If it's, say, rural, it can stay rural even if we designate it mixed.
That's my
So in the future, if it's developed after it's sold, it has to go to mixed.
No, sir. If it's sold and they don't develop and they want to continue for it to be an ag use, then we don't get to mandate you must develop on your property.
But if it is developed,
then what we would be interested in is the mixed development. One of the things that, and this is slightly chasing a rabbit, but I think we'll get it where you're going with this. Once y'all give us some direction, we're going to get with Kevin Shepard, and once we get the fiscal impact model worked out, then each one of the place types that y'all ultimately settle on, y'all will help us with some percentages. And then when a developer comes in and say, for instance, y'all have said that you want a more robust zoning on it, and they want something that's low density, well, we're going to put it through the fiscal impact model. And if it's not fiscally sustainable, the answer is no. And so part of what we're looking for is, and I loved what the mayor said, we're looking for the bar ditches so that we can sit down with Kevin and put some of that in the model. And if y'all give us some information and it's not fiscally sustainable, then you're in violation of your purpose statement, and we need to come back and say to you, this may be what you want, but it doesn't really get you what you're after. So we need that preliminary conversation tonight, not necessarily on a piece of property, And then we've got a lot of work between now and when you finally adopt it to answer that at a very fine grain level. But I can tell by the puzzled look on your face that I have not answered your question. So come at me one more time because it's really important.
I'm trying not to be negative, or I hope I'm not being negative. I don't understand if there's still study to be done here, why we're doing this exercise. If it's something that we're going to say, well, I'd like for it to be mixed, and then y'all do the fiscal study to it, it seems like we ought to have the fiscal done first, and then it comes back to us, and we go.
Well, there's always the chicken and the egg, so let's talk about that. Even though the conversation last week didn't seem productive, it was hugely valuable. And so what Matt and Jordan have determined is we need some more place types. Okay, well, I suspect before we get through tonight, some more of those will come out. So we can't give Kevin Shepherd the place types if y'all are still manufacturing place types.
Okay, that's
so
good.
we need this information, and then we'll go back and take the parking standards, the lighting standards, and all of the individual policy conversations y'all have had and begin to plug this in and shape this character, and then y'all will see it again in May, you'll see it again in June, and then you'll finally adopt it in November. But we got to begin to put some shape to it to do the other work. What is more as much helpful as anything else is, you may not have an opinion about this, but there's a lot of character districts in town y'all have some really important character, some impressions about, and y'all have been very specific in, oh, we're not doing that here. Okay, well, we kind of need to know that. So even though you're not going to get at the fine layer on an area that's 45% vacant, there are some places in here that doesn't have much growth that y'all will have some really important decisions, because it doesn't matter what anybody else wants. If they bring it to you, you're not voting on it. We'd like to know that tonight. And that's the authentic Bastrop that y'all have to protect. That's that part of that purpose statement. So, yeah, we're making sausage. It's kind of uncomfortable, and we're kind of feeling our way through this, but every one of these conversations matter.
Well, I wonder whether we're diving too deep into, or maybe I'm still not understanding, but I wonder if we're diving too deep in here trying to assign place types to at first glance I go, oh, to me it ought to be mixed.
Then you've answered the question.
Okay, never mind.
You're doing a great job. Councilmember Ennis wants it to be mixed. Councilmember Jones has said mixed, and you want some housing in that, and that's part of being mixed. The mayor wants an employment center. So if each one of y'all will tell us that, we can check the box. That's great information. We'll move to the next one.
But if it's that simple, then I'm ready.
Okay.
It's so much easier to make it more complicated. Mayor Pro Tem Nelson, any words of wisdom?
No words of wisdom right now.
Okay, so a couple of other things on this list. The very entrance to 969, I don't disagree that if you're coming down 969, you're not going to go to 71 where you have to turn right and do the loop under and come all back around. So it ain't going to take people long to figure out you turn left on Blakey and you're into Bastrop, especially when eventually I have every reason to believe that when the transportation comes back, Blakey will be much like Agnes and will be an east-west thoroughfare north of 71. I think it's important to recognize the fact that that's in our statutory ETJ and not in our city limits, so that to me, we need to think about at the appropriate time that really is an entrance, and maybe that's a spot where we want some additional right-of-way so we can have a civic area, be able to have our welcome to Bastrop or something. And I know it's not our property and it's not in our city limits now, but to me, that is going to be a major entrance. Do you guys agree that that will end up being a major entrance to town? Yeah. And we know there's only so many things we can do at 304 in Burleson, but whatever we do, we need to not make that worse. That intersection with traffic. So as things are laid out, and that may be more the transportation plan, but everybody complains about that intersection, and we don't want to be approving development that makes that intersection worse.
Mayor, I think the thing that will help it the most is Blakey connecting, and there being another option, because right now the only option you have is to go through that intersection to come back into town. So, yes, ma'am.
And the other thing I wanted to ask on P3 through P5, if somebody does residential, Councilmember Jones mentioned like it seemed like a good place for duplexes or condos. Those don't have to have a 3-foot porch on them, do they?
In the current code, we think that that is a policy decision. If that's something the policymakers don't want, then no. And as we get into the pattern book, those are really elements that will be contained in that. And so maybe there's some locations you'd like that. Maybe there's locations you don't want that. Maybe there's reasons you would like it on certain building types, not others. That would be a policy decision we will have during the pattern book conversation.
Okay, as for Councilmember Ennis making a good point, I'm not trying to dig deeper than we need to, but to me that's something we need to talk about, because it happens to be the district that has residential houses that aren't 3 feet above, and it's for senior housing. And I think seems to me we might end up with additional senior housing, or it would be in character that they don't have to all have a 3-foot porch. Councilmember Jones?
So my question is, just for information, when would you think Blakely is going to be going through?
When the Rosanke track is developed.
So, okay.
If you have a magic, clairvoyant answer for that, I'm interested in hearing.
Maybe offline. Okay, so of the things city manager said, employment centers, some housing, different price points of housing, and some additional retail, which, Matt, that seems like, is that mostly P4 to Councilmember Ennis's point of that's mostly we're talking about mix?
Yes, ma'am. So P4 is your house form commercial. And so if you imagine you're right outside of the Main Street downtown area, where you have house form, barber shops, those types of services, that's what that would create. It can also be apartment buildings with ground floor retail, those types of things. So it can house larger development patterns, as well as courtyard buildings, row houses, townhomes. That would be your P4 kind of patterns. P5 is your downtown Main Street, 3 to 5 story buildings, mixed use. Maybe you would allow ground floor residential with residential overhead, or ground floor office or retail with residential overhead. Those would be your P5 characteristics.
How about we dare to dream and talk about multi-story office buildings? Because we are beginning to see some development happen along 71 in Del Val that's close to Coda, that's going to make a big difference in the economic development opportunities in Bastrop. Matt's talked about how important 969 is coming into the city. And it's possible that we could build some office buildings. We could have some multi-story hotels. So is this an area where height might be something that y'all would consider doing, and us anticipate that some of the uses that aren't appropriate to us now, we earmark that as we grow and become the very employment centers we want to be? That seems like a logical place for that to be. So I'd be interested in y'all having a conversation about that.
I just think the problem with that is what we talked about earlier, which if we just put a lot of traffic on that intersection, if there's the option that that might change in the future, then my answer is yes. But to put a major office complex or hotel there, just it's already difficult. But
how many stories would you want it to
I don't
be?
think there's, okay, to answer that, I don't have a problem with height.
So let's talk about your initial concern, and let's talk about the way TxDOT funds highway improvements. TxDOT doesn't fund highways until they're a problem. So they're not going to expand Farm to Market 969 in hopes that we get an office building. It's going to have to be painful before TxDOT expands it.
But the point to my question is, though, if we do that and it happens, there is the opportunity for that to be improved.
Yes, ma'am. And TxDOT, as always, is a very good partner with us, and they are already looking at 969, and the Colony is having to make intersection improvements as they develop, and there are some other developments north of the Colony that Diana and Willie are already focused on and looking at. So it will correct itself with time, But we just need to not let that be the stipulation that doesn't allow us to develop.
Mayor Pro Tem Nelson, what height do you see in that area?
In that area, I think going vertical has no limits in that area.
Yeah, that's not true, because you're not going to want a 27-story.
Well, I'm just-
So
I'm-
how many stories what's your height?
Again, I'm going to go on the premise that going vertical has no limits, with the exception of the fact that we're not ready for it. So I'm 6 stories.
Okay, so you're at 6 stories. Councilmember Peterson? Councilmember Peterson's 3 to 5. Deborah?
I'm at 5.
Deborah's at 5. Councilmember Ennis?
I'd like, I don't want to hire somebody to study this so intensely, but I'd like to know what the view corridor is from both directions on 71 so it doesn't ruin the view of the valley.
I am so glad that you said that. I'm remembering how painful it was to get to 3-story apartment buildings, and what I don't want to do is come over 71 over the hill and I can't even see town or the river because there are 27-story office buildings to my left. So I'm
But think of the
but I
fiscal
don't even get to
sustainability,
vote.
Mayor Pro Tem, with that
Yes.
27-story building.
So so in my mind, I'm closer to the 3 than the 5, but I am more than 2, and I also realize I don't vote, and that's definitely a question we should ask Councilmember Rogers.
And let me remind y'all of the exercise. All y'all are saying is 3 to 5 is something that could be approved on staff level, but if Mayor Pro Tem's dream comes true and a 27-story office building shows up and there's market data, that would go through P&Z and that would go through council at that time. So we're not saying no, we're just saying in the regulating plan, staff does not have the authority to approve that.
So asking that question a different way, is this current council, because whatever policy we set can also be changed next year, but we've got to have some predictability, and the developers want to know that there's going to be some consistent rules. So I'm just testing for understanding. Is this council saying a 5-story building can be built in the Cattleman District without you ever seeing the plans or voting or discussing it? Are you comfortable with that? Mayor Pro Tem Nelson?
I'm comfortable with that.
You're comfortable with 5. I will come back to you. Councilmember Peterson? So 5 and it doesn't come to you, you're fine with that?
5 is good with me.
Councilmember Ennis?
Once again,
So you would have because if we
we're-
make it 5, they're not going to do a view corridor.
let me explain.
Okay.
If you're coming down 71, if it's way over here so the view's not obstructed, I'd say 5, 10. I don't. If we're talking about right behind Lowe's, I go 3.
Councilmember Ennis brings up a really valid point, and it could say something in the intent statement where preference to view corridor should be given when laying out development. And that way, when the developments are being laid out, they understand that there's something there to review. And maybe we even draw some angles in there to show where view corridors are and some focal points. I mean, that's not too difficult to accomplish, and just to set some intent language in there that the view corridors are meaningful.
And what I would suggest is to make it meaningful, I don't care about the intent statement. I care about what the regulation is going to say.
Because that's what the developers
And so if we're going to
do.
code something, it'd be coded to say the further back you are from the main corridor, the higher you can go. And that's how you achieve view corridors.
Bingo. I do have another question, though.
Absolutely.
The employment centers, can they exist in 4 or do they only exist in 5?
The employment centers will be a special category of its own that is allowed to violate the rules of the code so that they can create their own standards to make it work. So if, let's use the 27-story building comes in, that will not fit in any of your place types. But let's say that it's the will of the council, they want this to come to fruition. Essentially what happens is they fill out a worksheet and they form an employment center, and those standards and the development would come to council for approval, and that would be essentially like a PDD. It's where you're setting the parameters for the individual developments, and they would be done on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you.
Does that make sense to you, Councilmember Ennis? I kind of like that idea, because then you're having the conversation about how many employees is it, how big is the building, where is it physically on the, right, because then you'd have drainage, site plan, we'd have a lot of information before any council would be asked to vote on something. Traffic impact, neighborhood input, the whole kit and caboodle, right? Okay. Do you want to jump in with what height of building you would be comfortable with?
And we're talking cattlemen's apparently.
Talking about cattlemen.
I would only worry whether, let's say it's a 10-story building, whether we had the capability of fire or something to be able to tackle that. You don't want them to build 100 stories and we don't have the facilities to take care of it as a city, so maybe only limit to what we're able to take care of, or to fight a fire in if something, anything over that would have to come to council, so the council would take the responsibility to allow something that we couldn't fight.
So really what you're saying is if the height of the building throws us into a higher category of firefighting equipment, that's just something that maybe you need to think about.
Well, if we have it in stock, if we have the firefighting
Right.
equipment already, that's fine, but if it's something we're going to have to buy a new piece of equipment so you can have a 10-story building, maybe that's something we negotiate. You buy the new fire truck that can go to that building if you want it, or something that sort. That's my
So that would be handled in the international codes that will be adopted. That's taken care of with standpipes that are built into the walls. That's taken care of with the sprinkler system. So I hear you, but the codes are designed for something that is that tall to structurally take care of that. The interesting thing is that I would appreciate it if y'all would remember this conversation in this moment, because it's important for us to acknowledge that Mayor Pro Tem Nelson is daring to dream appropriately. So we need to make sure that our international codes that we're adopting allow us to build that even though we don't have it. So there may be some sections of the code that we've never paid much attention to because we don't have them, but now we need to pay attention to them and we need to adopt them, because when that building shows up is not the time to go out and adopt an international code so we can address the very things you say. So I think this conversation is supremely important as we go forward with the code adoption, that there's going to be some dare to dream sections in there that we'll have to work on with that, ma'am.
Matt, in past experience with codes, if you're a higher zoning, you by default are allowed to do lower. Is that this case or not? So there could be, if we say it's P3, P4, P5 is what, and I'm making something up, that's all we want for the vacant land. That means, and I know it's back to the fiscal sustainability and stuff, but if I bought all 45 acres and it was supposed to be P3, P4, P5, and I did a higher percentage in P5 because I wanted to offer some P2 homes, do I have that ability, or nope, because we didn't say P2 was allowed?
The way that the code is drafted, it is not stackable. It is not that the lower zoning classification is allowed in the higher classification. Essentially, the way that it's written is there are particular building types and building forms, and the way that they interrelate with the public realm, the public and private frontages, how the buildings and the streets interact. And so based on the fact that the code is written in that manner, it's critical that the zoning classifications match their patterns. So buildings that belong in P5 don't go in P4. It would be out of character, if you will. It's like getting a downtown Main Street building and putting it in the middle of the neighborhood. It would feel kind of out of place. And so the intent is that you actually have a hierarchical code and that the zones stay with their zones. In the particular scenario you suggested, what would occur in that is you would request a down zoning or wait until the market is right for that to develop. And so that would be a developer option. If they originally had it on the regulating plan at that. The other thing that could happen is if they have leftover place type percentages, a regulating plan amendment could be done at a staff level where that could be lowered if there's percentages that they have allowed that are left over, remaining percentages from their development that they would be able to modify. And they have the ability to modify up to 10% under the way it's drafted currently. Anything more than 10% would be a change to the overall plan and would require
10% in the district or 10% in a type?
in the district.
Mayor and council, you have asked an important question that I think you really need to think about. There are going to be some developers that are going to come before you today and tell you that what you want is not possible. I've heard from them, and they were at the transportation rodeo last week. And that is probably because that's not what they build. There are developers out there that see the mixed use and the intensity and the density is absolutely what should be there. I'm not comfortable with staff being in a position to make that decision because what's driving this is fiscal sustainability. Fiscal sustainability means that we are way more dense than we currently are. So my suggestion is we stay true to the place types, and if they want to argue something less than, they get to come see you personally and do that.
Council, everybody okay with that? Okay.
Okay. All right, moving to the next area. This is the Cultural Arts District, and just to remind you that this is the area, and we've called it exactly what they called it in the form-based code. This particular area is an eclectic use of buildings. We have our theater, we have some automotive uses like Firestone, Stem and Stone, new restaurant being built on Chestnut. We've got a mobile home park right behind the Cultural Arts building. We've got residential, we have churches, our convention center, our city hall. This particular area, there is about 15% that's vacant. Some of the significant characteristics are it's bordered by State Highway 95 to the east, State Highway 71 to the south, State Highway 150, we know as Chestnut, is an important corridor that comes through this particular character district. Martin Luther King Drive currently serves as an important thoroughfare connection from 71. It's home to the Kerr Center, the Convention Center, City Hall, Lost Pines Arts Center, our Performing Arts Center that's owned by the school district. Union Pacific has multiple crossings, including a small rail yard right beside Lost Pines Art District. And they also have vacant land that is bordered by both sides of Fayette Street. It's home to a Mill Elementary School that is creates some interesting congestion in the afternoons. I pointed out the mobile home park. I would also like to remind all of us that Gills Branch, with the $4.5 million in improvement, is going to be a linear park that's going to run through this district and be beautiful, with trails that will run north and south from just north of Farm Street to just north of 71. And then it comes with various sizes and styles of homes that have been in families for generations. And so with that, Matt, I'll punt it back to you.
The vacant acreage breaks down to about 8.7, a little over 8.5 building blocks, which is equivalent to 2 farm lots, just to preface that. The Cultural Arts District, as noted, is pretty much built out, but it is a core fabric of the community, and it deserves a lot of attention. This is a district that probably will really need to be analyzed at a lot-by-lot level in order to make these decisions. So particularly being mindful of upzoning and the existing characteristics of what versus what the future could hold for the district. So are there items where services may be vacant that could be filled in? Are there housing options that could be built into the neighborhood that are non-existent? Those types of things could really help lead the conversation and ultimately lead into how you fill those place types to fill those voids for future without having the development community come back and have to request rezoning. That's the intent of this.
So are those 29 acres, how much of that are the sports fields?
None.
Okay.
So if,
Where are those acres?
So if you turn off of 95 onto Farm Street, there is a piece of property, probably 15 acres, that runs between Cedar and Farm Street. If you were to take Chambers, which is a dirt and gravel road, there is also a dirt road that works off of Fayette. and there is a couple of acres that's kind of nestled back behind some houses that's in there. There's just under an acre on Fayette, and then the vacant land that's owned by the Union Pacific that will not be developed unless they choose to sell it off, which at this point they've not expressed an interest. So most of the developable land is in that area. If you go down Hazel, there are a couple of vacant lots that are just one lots here and there, but the largest parcels will be between Farm and Cedar and Fayette in that area.
So how much of that 15 acres do you think is going to get eaten up by the Hills Branch expansion?
It's probably 5 to 7.
So really, is that still going to leave 15% vacant because it's going to be eating off of what goes through there, or is it going to go down probably to about 12?
I would tell you also that there is some property along 95 that would be kind of an entrance. If you wanted some staff input, I would tell you that that piece of property lends itself to be a P5, a very dense product with multiple types of housing products that would be in there, a lot of walkability. Behind the Firestone, we've got an application for a family general store that's coming in. So there's a lot of opportunity, particularly with the Gills Branch for walkability, Stem and Stone, a great farm-to-table restaurant where you could literally come home, park your car, and really enjoy the opportunities that this district offers.
So, and I agree with you on that, on the being more dense in, I guess there's stuff I can't talk about, but I think that would be a really good use. And so I would say that if you want to go that direction, there's not just a whole lot left over there, but that would be a really good use, especially along 95, in my opinion.
Any other suggestions?
P5.
P5, Mayor Pro Tem Nelson?
Well, I want to go back to the Gills Branch. That's going to put a lot of the area into the civic designation, would it not? And so the majority of the lots that are vacant right now appear to be in the residential area, if I heard you correctly, with the exception of one section along 95.
So there is some property, if we were to drive north on Martin Luther King, most of the property in that area is a floodplain and most likely would be a part of the Gills Branch improvement. I don't know that it takes any houses, but it doesn't allow much more to be developed in that area. On Hazel, there are some individual lots that it just makes sense to leave P3, which is the neighborhood, which is around it. But the larger tracts in this area would be between Farm Street and Cedars, which could be developed as a master plan, which the other small lots would just be infill.
Because really the railroad's dividing the neighborhood from the
Yes, ma'am.
where Performing Arts Center is.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor,
Yes.
that's why I was saying last time when I was saying shouldn't part of the cultural arts be in Old Town or in the, whatever the next one over is, because the part toward 71 seems to have more of a character of P3, whereas the part above Chestnut seems to be more P5.
Except the area along Martin Luther King, you've got the Kerr Center, you've got multiple churches, and you've got elementary school. You've got the corner where Popeyes and the medical district is. You've got Mount Rose Church, and there's some housing right there on the corner. So
I'm not saying change it. I'm just, it troubles me that in my own mind, I don't know how to say Martin Luther King, where Councilman Peterson lives, we want that to be residential, but over here, it would be a lot better to be P5. don't process that very well.
So just saying that is good enough, because at a granular level, when we get there, and when we get to another district, I'll show you where that's exact thing you don't want to have happens already there. So just saying that you want the frontage along Martin Luther King to remain residential doesn't necessarily change how Martin Luther King interacts with the community, because today it holds a large volume of traffic just because the Mill Elementary School's there. So that's not going to change. So if that's the consensus of the council, then that's exactly what Matt needs to hear, and it's not a conflict, it's just a fact.
Councilmember Peterson, did you want to say something?
Yes, I'm definitely looking at more of a P4 as a mix, because even though we have the school there, and I think we used to have a doctor's office on Hazel and Walnut, and that, that's considered as commercial. And there are vacant lots in that same area that could have a neighborhood store. So I'm leaning more toward the mix.
That's good. That's good to know, because intuitively we would have made it P3. So you think the neighborhood would support some commercial diversification as long as it doesn't look institutionalized, as long as it keeps that neighborhood fabric?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And then, Matt, looking at this, I'm going to start calling it the purple map, the character district map, along College, along the frontage of 71, that stuff is showing up P5 because that's what it's currently zoned at. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. So all of the work that went into your form-based code and the individual character districts that were formed at that, we translated into the standards that would be most closely related to the translation. And so that's how this got established. So yes, ma'am, that is correct.
I think Councilman Peterson and you, City Manager, hit on the word that I've been looking for, is the fabric of the neighborhood, so that we don't disturb an existing fabric, whatever we put in there, if it can meet the needs of the neighborhood and of the city. But it's that fabric business is real strong for me.
And Matt, you can tell me, like, no, we're not ready to talk about this now, but that is an area where not all of the residences have a 3-foot entrance into their house. Yeah. So if we're gonna fit are we fitting the fabric that's there, or are we gonna code to a fabric that we want in the future? You can't read our minds. We need to tell you.
I hope that we debate the pattern book and the ground entrance of a porch, because you're interested in that, but as somebody trying to buy, I don't want that. I do care. I don't want water coming in my house. Right. There are a lot of people that have steps that when they become ADA compliant, you see they build ramps, and then the ramps go away and they go back to being houses. So I think we can do that without building ground level floors.
And thank you. That's a good clarification, because I'm not saying slab on grade ground level. I'm saying there's a 3-foot difference between ground level entrance and a 3-foot rise, because several of those homes in that area are used to being 1 foot off, and it's 1 or 2 steps into the front door as opposed to 5 or 6. So I just, and again, we can figure that out, but when he was talking about the fabric, I just know when you drive down that street, there's a whole lot of differences. And Mr. Peterson, I don't know if you have comments about that or not.
There are a lot of differences, and as we know, they're not going to change for a long, long time. So if we stick with the mix, I think we'll be right on track.
So if we having some flexibility in
yes.
that?
And we've been very mindful of the way that the building patterns get introduced into the individual place types to encourage that. And when we were writing the P3 standards, we looked at the larger lots and the larger setbacks, and we coded those in. So based off of how the lot dimensions would be, would determine the placement of how the buildings go, so that you don't have this monolithic street edge. It could vary a little bit, even ever so slightly. So.
And the mobile home is a P3?
Yes, ma'am.
And if someday someone was to sell that mobile home park, or maybe even buy a lot next to it, would, and I'm not going to be describing them correctly, you're going to call them something different, but like tiny homes with a green space in front and maybe garages, maybe not garages, because to me, this is an extremely walkable area. That would be allowed in the uses that we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am. Courtyard housing or tiny housing. Yes, ma'am.
All right, council, any other comments on the cultural arts district? Ms. Jones, you okay?
Tuesday night, we are going to have a conversation as a result of our conversation last Wednesday about Martin Luther King as a thoroughfare through the community, so that we can talk about what that looks like. It's possible that got answered tonight, and that is that we will keep it residential with the P4 mix. And so let me ask this question. With the conversation about a P4 mix, are we satisfied that Martin Luther King Drive is going to continue to be a thoroughfare, and we don't need to talk about it, or are y'all interested in that staying on the agenda Tuesday night and talking about it some more?
Actually, I had been thinking about that, and I was just wondering if maybe if it's inevitable that it will, which it is anyway. But I was just wondering if it's something that we might want to talk about, putting sidewalks on both sides and some trees to create some safety, or some, kind of create a tone so that when people are driving through there, it is a neighborhood, and it's not like you're just going to full throttle, haul through there.
So it is currently a failed street on our pavement condition index. And as we go back and redesign these streets, we will utilize the street designs that you're going to adopt. And so you could anticipate along that, because it's a corridor that is actually going to lead you off of 71 into some pretty important infrastructure in our community. You could anticipate antique lights like you see on Chestnut. You could anticipate street architecture like streetscape, street trees, flower boxes, the flags off the pole that say welcome to Bastrop, or cultural arts, whatever we're promoting at whatever venue. And so when Martin Luther King was expanded, train needs to pipe in, we bought the right-of-way, and so the utility poles are actually defining the right-of-way that's there. So putting back the street, the sidewalk, and all of that will happen in that right-of-way. We're not looking to make it any bigger than it is, but we'll be bringing you as a part of the budget. We've got some failed streets we need to start working on fixing, and it's at the top of our list to fix. Those would be things we would do, and we would incorporate the street designs that y'all approve and put back whatever you say needs to go there, and that would be part of what we do.
What street type goes with P4, P5, Matt?
It's called neighborhood mix, and so it's 55.5 feet of right-of-way. It has sidewalks on both sides. I believe it had parking on, this is one that the fire chief and I were discussing. So we're still working on this cross-section, but it had parking on both sides with what's called a yield street. So how your residential streets now, if there are people parked on both sides, then you would have to yield the right-of-way. That's the way that it's currently proposed. We're still working through this. Generally, you're not seeing people parking on both sides, lining the streets, unless there's an activity, some use of interest that's creating that, and that's when you really address it. It's hard to fine-grain code all of these things in the future.
It functions like Pecan Street today does when there's court. You just move over and let somebody pass, and you get back on and do. So Pecan is a great one where Trey and I argue about this all the time. You can't park on both sides, but people do, and you work it out. So.
Yeah, but the problem with Pecan Street is the neighborhood that the folks that live on Pecan Street think people drive too fast on Pecan Street, and that's an ongoing conversation. And I think Pecan Street existing is much wider than 55, and I don't want to get caught in the numbers, but from just I think there's more room than what you're talking about, having room of parking on both sides and swapping off in the middle. So, and the only reason I'm bringing it up is if it's coming from P5, I didn't know at what point, and I may be jumping the gun and we need to do this when we look at the transportation plan. I was wondering if it had, dare I say, boulevard to where there was safe travel path if you're trying to get the convention center, but very much sidewalk and trees. There's just not nearly enough right of way. Okay.
If you have a problem with parking on both sides of the street, we have a situation that is existing, and we've had to work out with the developer, and it's in Piney Creek or Piney Woods, whatever it's called. But with our street design, the wet utilities are on one side of the street and the dry utilities are on the other. You would park on the dry utility side because the wet utilities are where the fire hydrants are. That would be designated a fire lane. It would not be blocked so that the fire truck could pull up, hook a hose to the fire hydrant, and move forward. So if y'all designate parking on one side of the street, it will always be on the side of the dry utilities and not next to the fire hydrant.
And that could be something that could be tweaked for the district, like we could allow parking on both sides, and if it becomes an ongoing problem, then we could change the district. Is that true? Something that we could tweak and say, we're only going to allow parking on one side because we've consistently had problems with it?
As long as you consistently say that the fire hydrants win.
Oh, yeah.
That way you're not debating, well, how come I can park in front of my house across the street, not over here? There needs to be a real legitimate public safety, life safety reason that gives y'all political cover, that when you irritate your constituents, you've done so consistently and you've erred on the side of life safety caution.
Council, that seems like a no-brainer to me. Does anyone have an issue with having a policy that if a street only has parking on one side, it's always on the dry utility? It's not on the water side.
Trey also brought up a good point. The school has a lot of parking. It could be we can do a shared parking agreement with them and not have to park on MLK.
Yes, and as we talked, the connectivity, as we talked about years ago, we just need to get in there and do the sidewalks, because there is a school there. There are some areas that do not have sidewalks, and with the buses and the traffic down there, if we get the sidewalks in, it'll make that whole area look much better.
Yeah,
Which is my point, which is we need to have it with sidewalks on both sides and trees, because it's a neighborhood, to just give that whole feel.
So I think I hear that there's not a reason to talk about MLK Tuesday night.
It doesn't seem like it.
We'll take it off the agenda. Thank y'all.
Matt, help me with something. I'm trying to wrap my mind around. On the mix, I agree with Councilman Peterson that the cultural arts area is a mix, but I'm having a problem with the term commercial office uses are allowed in this district only in house form structures. The word only kind of throws me off a little bit, considering if you look at the makeup of the district, it obviously has commercial and offices that aren't house farm. So can you help me with that?
Yes, sir. The intent is to keep the scale small, and so that you get small scale buildings. And so the small scale buildings will better relate with the adjacent uses. And so that's the intent. We've been talking about this as well, and this is a policy decision. Maybe that's not the appropriate terminology, or maybe it gets modified by character type, and some P4 allows for alternative non-house form structures to be integrated in. The mix areas where transitions happen, and so we didn't want to create incompatibility where you're directly adjacent to a residential house and you put in a commercial structure and it feels like a commercial structure. That's the intent. And so the commercial structures go into the higher zoning classifications, and so you're trying to create this gradation so that you don't get really stark transitions, is the intent.
Would you, in this particular zone, given what's there, be okay with small scale in lieu of house only?
I think small scale probably fits the district much better.
I'm not.
Oh,
I
good.
like it the way it is.
Okay, well, Mayor.
Sorry to disagree, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay,
that's
that's
not washed out. How
And
the
I
rest of y'all feel?
agree with Bill. I agree with it. It just, because we're going to with a character, and so small scale does not have a character. It can be anything, and so I agree with Bill.
Mr. Peterson?
Yeah, as I've said, it's going to be a commercial, but if you go only districts in house form structures, I'm good with that, because you can say a small general store, if it looks like a house from the outside, but it is a store, I've got no issues with that.
So does that mean that the proposed, I'm just trying to give everybody a touch point, there's a proposed family general store behind, we've talked about it, behind Firestone. If it's, is that P5, so that's allowed, or would that not be allowed in the future because it would have to be house form?
Well, but I think
So
we're just talking about
I
that.
think that we're just talking about Hazel between 71 and Chestnut and MLK, because there are other areas where frontage along 95 dictates F5, frontage on 150. What did I say?
You keep wanting it to turn this into a tornado, but it's P5.
I know, and I got weather on my mind tonight, so P5 would make sense. So I think what I hear, back to the fabric question, that we can fine tune this in some key areas where we want to protect the fabric of the house feel without having to do that district wide. And I think that's the conversation that's coming back.
And Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Nelson, I think your point is like right up against 71. Small scale commercial may be just fine, and that is allowed in P5. But as you get closer to the houses, it needs to look like the fabric of the community. So are we kind of?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep. And that's and as Councilmember Peterson said, that's the transition. Are you all right with that, Councilmember Rogers?
Sorry I was late, but on this purple map, like you called it, where it's colored in the P5, so that's the way it's zoned now, and that's what we're wanting. We're wanting to transition that to that. Is that what we're saying?
This dark purple,
core.
if we go back to this first page,
Right.
it means that the core is P5, and so it was zoned something that transitions to core.
So
this
that's
is-
going to stay that way. Is that what we're saying?
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I'm hearing.
So where the Performing Arts Center is, that's a neighborhood because it looks like that's
I
what
think
its
that's
colored
mixed.
is.
I think that's a P4.
I can't really tell what color.
Yeah.
The
But
purples,
this
I
is
wasn't sure because that
little
one's
bit
darker.
lighter.
Yeah, but this purple's darker on that side of the railroad tracks. So I wasn't sure. I just
Around
was
the
trying to
performing
read
arts, is that P3 or P4?
It should be P4.
It's P4.
it. Okay, all right. I was
It's
just
a little
trying,
dark.
sorry, trying to
Those-
check out my colors of my purple.
Those, if done right and done well, the convention center, the theater, the convention center, the Lost Pines Arts Center, need to be viewed as employment centers, because for them to really function the way they are, or need to be, there could be some spinoff that happens because they're there. And to do anything less than P4 really changes your ability to be fiscally sustainable and use those as catalysts to do so.
Yeah, but if you look at between Fayette and the railroad track, I think we all think it's P4, but I think that color is P3, and it doesn't matter. Y'all will fix it, and we're going in the right
So that is a
direction.
P4.
That's intended to be that.
Okay, I'm just trying to wrap my head.
And while we're talking about your map, your Cattleman's goes all the way to 71, and on this purple map it says District 71 as if it's separate from Cattleman's.
Yes, ma'am.
It is, we have taken it out, and so the 71 district in that area is either going to be in the Cattleman's or in the Meadows, and District 71 is going to be more centered around Haskell and Hassler. Thank you. I did a
So
great job.
the 8.5 by 11 is, we're working, this won't be the last purple map we see.
That's
No, no,
right.
This is
Okay.
the first one. And
That's fine.
furthermore, where it says the villages is now the Vista, and that District 71 is also part of the Vista. That was the other correction on that map.
So over here in the village, all of that is the village, not
It's the Vista.
Vista.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's a great segue to District 71. And to give some perspective, this area right here is the edge of the car wash that sits right here. Walgreens, that general area that fronts right there, that would kind of be your demarcation. if you're familiar with property owners, this is the edge of the commercial piece of Pecan Park. Across the street, this would be the mobile home park. This is Benite. And then this takes in part of the commercial area along the old Austin Highway. This is Hassler, so HEB is in this general area. You've got Hampton Inn, the Holiday Inn, those types of things in this area. The reason that 71 district exists really is because of the signage that is allowed along the corridor. You've got the pole signs with the height. So if you're wondering, well, how come y'all didn't roll this into what's on top or what's on bottom, that is the single element that causes this to stand alone. Because the way that Matt and Jordan are working on the signs, they're going to be incorporated into the character zone, and that pole sign is a problem. So we've created this zoning to deal with that sign element.
Okay, I have one comment on Higgins. Makes me nervous because it looks like you've gone to the center line of Higgins, and people who live along Higgins, both north and south, are in a neighborhood. They realize they've
Higgins
got
is where, ma'am?
on the far right-hand side off of SQ. And yes, there are folks who front Higgins and their backyard is Pizza Hut or whatever.
This area right here is now part of the River District, and this map will be fixed. Okay. North of 71, when you say Higgins, are we talking north of Texas Grill? And
yes.
That's in the River District. We just need to fix the map.
Okay, but isn't there going to be a part of, you're saying District 71 isn't going to go east of Childers at all?
That's right, it will stop, and that land is going to become a part of the River District.
Okay.
And we will code it appropriately that way because of the river will be the primary geographically sensitive issue that drives that.
Okay, okay, well, you've answered that. I just don't want that neighborhood to suddenly think there's going to...
That's right.
Okay.
So much like we did with Burleson Crossing that went to the Cattleman's, the Home Depot area went to the Meadows. We've had a conversation, and that area will go to the River District.
River District. Okay, thank you.
So this is the Texas Boot Company. You have Dunkin' Donuts, Baskin Robbins, the AutoZone, Pizza Hut, Walgreens.
I think your Pizza Hut's not in there anymore.
It is because it is. Well, you're right. I meant to take that out. I think the demarcation for the River District is the Valero will be in the 71, and then across the street the Pizza Hut will be in the River District.
Okay.
You're right.
And the only reason I'm knowing that is because the lots I'm concerned about are the houses that back up to the Pizza Hut.
Okay, then the Pizza Hut is in the River District, and the Valero will be in the 71.
Okay, thank you.
You see your more concentrated shopping centers. This is the shopping center where Guadalajara's is, and then this is the shopping center behind Goodwill that's around the Walmart. I think we can all agree that State Highway 71 represents an important transportation corridor through Bastrop. As I mentioned, it allows pole signage with significant height to be seen from the elevated overpasses as you go through the community. When we did our fact-finding mission, we set in a business on 71, and we really studied this area. And there's some real challenges to this corridor. There are way too many driveways. There's not enough cross-access. And one of the things I've talked to Alan about today is we're going to have to really focus on our cross-access. Every time you have to stop and turn in a driveway, you are significantly impacting traffic flow. You're causing traffic jams and backups. So cross-access between properties is hugely important to move traffic. And each one of the parcels along 71 was really built in isolation. So there's no connectivity, and you got to leave one driveway and go to the next driveway. really, if there had been some thought about connectivity of driveways, it would really change how the service road interacts with the traffic in the business community. Interestingly enough, Benight is a private street, so we don't maintain that street. That's the street that runs along the Shell that gets you back. There's a propane shop, and I think Jazzercise or something used to be back there. I think it's going to be very difficult to redevelop because there's a large number of individual parcels. So I think we're going to be what it's going to be for a long time. There is a mobile home park that fronts Highway 71. There's no consistent patterns of development, building facades or anything like that. Hampton Inn, interestingly enough, was built in the middle of the Hassler right-of-way. It happened before our time, ma'am. So you just need to appreciate that connection point isn't there. So we've got to figure out how you're going to get Agnes and then the southern connection that we need to be parallel to work. And that's a huge issue from a life safety standpoint and being able to get a lot of traffic in and out. That's a problem. But it does have a lot of existing commercial and retail business in this corridor. As a transition to Matt, we've got about 16% vacancy. And so, Mayor, our food is here, and my suggestion is once we conclude the this character district that we'd stop for a break. So, Mr. Lewis, I'm going to punt back to you.
Yes, ma'am.
You're between us and food, Matt.
All right, we'll go quickly. As Mrs. Humboldt stated, this district will probably be intact for quite a while. Austin is just now starting to redevelop parking lots into buildings, and so we anticipate this would remain for a while. Just go back to the acreage. This equates to about 11.7 building blocks and 2.9 farm lots. So just thinking of your scale. As Ms. Humboldt also stated, that the intent is to allow for a variety of sign types, to not bring the existing businesses out of compliance, particularly due to the nature of the business. However, as the building patterns continue in Bastrop, this would be what would be considered a special district. Special districts would look and feel and function more like what you have along 71. And so what we would like to do is write the standards to be similar to those so that it's not creating a bunch of non-conformities through this district.
Yeah, I vote for special district. Councilmember Rogers?
Well, I'm glad you brought up the sign issue because I was curious on this pole sign because, of course, 71 has its pole signs of certain heights, but it also backs up the Old Austin Highway. You know, you don't want pole signs on Old Austin Highway, so I didn't know if there was going to be if you're not fronted 71, you don't get a pole sign or whichever. You don't want the McDonald's on Old Austin Highway.
My suggestion is that we'll pull this section out and we'll put it on the historic highway district of Old Austin Highway so that your concerns are addressed.
But just even back in Angus, anything off of 71 really doesn't need a pole sign, you know, so I didn't know if just that one corridor, whenever we go to do the sign ordinance, just that one corridor.
Or can you define the special district that you have to be on 71 to have a pole sign?
You could say that.
I just didn't want pole signs in the middle of somewhere.
And furthermore, that's going to be a conversation we're having on the 23rd. We're bringing you the sign ordinance. We're going to go through signs. And so we would like your input whether pole signs are allowed. Do they need to be a certain height? What is the height? Do you want to keep the current standards as a carry forward? Those types of things are really important to the
Not that I was
conversation on
against the
23rd.
pole sign, maybe just the height of it, you know, not that they have to be the monument signs, but just not the huge ones on the off-roads.
But we'll end up coming up with, and we haven't discussed them yet, but we'll have sign standards for P5.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Right, eventually for...
The thing that I would encourage all of you to take into consideration, when I did planning and zoning, there were an awful lot of things that I loved, and there was one thing that I can tell you stands out in my mind that I detested. And that is non-conforming uses, where 90% of the buildings are allowed a pole sign, and let's just pick it out of the air, 50 feet. You decide you don't like 50 feet, and you make them now 35 feet. Everybody that comes in becomes a butt whipping because, well, how come you're limiting me to 35 feet? My next door neighbor's got 50 feet. So the cow's out of the barn, and I would really encourage us to not create some unintended consequences because that's a no-win. It's a no-win for us. It ends up coming before you. You acquiesce because you're not going to tell them no. Please just save the brain damage. But whatever you tell us, please, please, please be committed to that number because if you do anything less than that, then we're just putting a no-win situation. And if they do come before you and you're going to allow 50 feet anyway, just put 50 feet in the ordinance.
And I totally get that. I just didn't want to start allowing something where it hasn't been allowed. That's where I was trying to go.
Yes,
at.
ma'am. Thank you.
Get control of it. Last question, and then we can all go get some food, and everybody else can ask questions. Let's talk about if we're going to write a special district and we're daring to dream, how many floors do you want to allow in this special district? I'll start with Mr. 27 over here. Mayor Pro Tem Nelson?
You know, I really don't want to place any barriers on anybody's reason for my comment about the unlimited vertical rise. But since we've agreed upon 3 to 5 stories, I will go with 3 to 5 stories in that corridor.
Is everybody, Councilmember Ennis, what's the most stories you would like to see in this red area?
3.
Councilmember 3. Councilmember Peterson?
I'm still with 3 to 5 because coming in on that side over there, you can still see the valley before you get to this area that's the property where they have proposed development. You can still see the city of Bastrop before you get to that area.
Mayor and council, you got hotels there today that are 5-story, just as an FYI.
Oh, and I changed mine to 5.
Okay. Councilmember Ennis, are you okay with 5 since 5's there now, or do you want to make all future height 3 in this area?
Hampton's 5, right?
I'm sorry?
The Hampton, it's 5?
Hampton's 5, and we desperately need hotels. You hear from Susan Smith every time she stands up to speak. And for hotels to make money, they need a small profile, and they typically go up to about 5 feet. I think at 5 feet above that, the building codes change, construction gets expensive. So 5 is probably a nice place to stop. And if they want something more than that, they come visit with you.
I'll go to 5.
Okay. Councilor Peterson?
Yes, we like the manager said, we do need the hotels because every time Austin has a major event, it spills over to Bastrop, and that's well known.
And that's good property tax. Okay, so it's a special district, is what I heard council say. Don't create a bunch of non-conforming, make it horrible on future councils. And 5 stories more than that, you come to council. Councilmember
Did you
Ennis.
say it was?
What's the difference between the special district and the employment center?
In this particular case, what we would do is we would try and code in what's they're existing, and so we would write the standards for them. Under the employment center, generally it's going to be your end user that's going to write their standards. They're going to say we need 50,000 square foot building, we need X number of parking, they'll calibrate it. What we're going to do is
That's the PD.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, everybody cool with this? We're going to take, so we don't have to spend the night. Not that I don't thoroughly enjoy your company, but let's take 5 or 10 minutes, go to the bathroom, get some pizza, come back, and keep going. It's 5:39, and we are in recess. (5:54), and we are back in regular session. And Thank you, Councilmember Rogers, for coming in. We knew you had a work thing and that you were going to be a little bit late, and Councilmember Ennis has to leave at 7 o'clock. So we're just saying that now so everybody knows what's going on. And the hail is coming at 9, we heard, or the storms are coming in at 9. So let's rock and roll. I think we completed District 71. Okay.
All right, Mayor and Council, the next character district is downtown. And this is downtown that is south of Chestnut and north of 71. As I like to tell people, we've had tiny houses for years here. This is at the corner of Hazel and Pine Street. This is one of multiple churches that we have. We've got some public housing. This particular house I put in here because this is indicative of your office use that has been converted in a house that very easily could transition back to a house once this use is no longer needed.
Or up to commercial as well. Yeah. It can go up or down.
This particular area has a park. This is also multi-family, just your one-story pull-up and park kind of apartments. These are a variety of housing stock. This particular house is 750 square feet. This is probably 900 in the area that I live in, and on a corner in my neighborhood, there's a little house that's 450 square feet. So, variety of housing stock. The significant characteristics of this area is it contains historic Main Street. There are numerous landmarks that are listed in the National Registry. This represents how we have chosen to define authentic Bastrop. It's proven to be fiscally sustainable over time. And in Kevin Shepard's model, this is the part of our community that makes money. It is a gridded street network, very much the walkable quarter-mile live, work, play. It's home to public housing. It has numerous churches. Our county courthouse and annex building is here. That is important because it gives downtown an important daytime population. It supports our business community, particularly our lunch crowds at our restaurants. There are various housing types and sizes that are commingled on the same block. The southern border is State Highway 71. The northern border is State Highway 150, we call Chestnut. Union Pacific is the eastern border, and Colorado River is the western border. What is important about this particular area is there's very limited vacancy to develop. So with that, Mr. Lewis, I'll turn it over to you.
And just to make edits on the page, the vacant acres and the total acreage, there was a carryover from a previous slide, it looks like. Total vacant acres is 4.4. The total acreage in the district is 246.91, and 16% is vacancy. So it breaks down to about 1.3%. I know that this can't be 16%.
4 acres can't be 16% of 246.
No, that's not right. Is it? Oh, 5%. I'm sorry, 5%. I was pulling off a different chart. Okay, 5%.
And
the vacancy acres. These are correct.
They're right on.
They're right on what you're looking at, Deborah, or Mrs. Jones. Sorry.
The vacant acres should be 4.43. The total acres should be 87.79, and the 5%.
Yes. Okay.
He said 246.
We were off a section. I apologize.
Y'all are just trying to see if we're paying attention. I know what's going on here.
87 point, and then 5%. What's this breakdown to? Yes, ma'am. This page is correct. It looks like there was just a carryover in the previous slides of those last things, but.
Yeah, 80, 87.79. Okay.
I have a question. When you said something about that one slide that had multifamily, how many, is a duplex a multifamily, or how many do you have to have before you consider it a multifamily? Just
Four
for clear.
more. Four or more.
So a fourplex, like that's over off of Water, right? Water has a fourplex on it? Spring Street, right? Corner of Spring Street has a fourplex?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Those are
Trey, you should know this stuff.
those
You
are
look at me like I'm crazy.
townhouses.
But I mean, is that considered a multifamily?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out what.
Anything that is not single family becomes multifamily.
But it's a duplex is. Anything over one person. Okay, I'm just curious. Thank you.
It would seem like this area kind of is the definition of P4. It's certainly not P3.
It has 20 acres of P3.
This is a very traditional way of building, and so you'll notice along the corridors you have the darker purple where the higher intensities were, and then it transitions into the center of the areas turn into residential. And what we'd like to have a question for the council is it time for that center to close into transition? Magazine Street in New Orleans is a very good transitional area that was residential. It's in New Orleans, or I'm trying to think of a few other streets that transition like that. You all have streets here that have done that as well, that were primarily residential, and they over time changed to small scale or house form commercial or office based structures.
So now we're diving deeper. We're getting into that. Well, this little part over here is this, and this little part over here is this. So how do we assign a character type? I mean, a place type to it.
What I would ask the council to do is to consider how they would like the downtown to build out. Are there additional services that could be housed, or is the existing transition and the way that it's evolved over time the appropriate transition for this moment? And this is representative of the character, and this would be representative of the character going forward. Again, the work that was done in the form-based code areas was taken into account and coded and calibrated into these metrics. And so the assumption we made is that this had already been done, it's been vetted by the community, and we carried it forward as is.
Council Member Ennis, the way I would ask you to address this, is there anything in this area you don't want to see? You got F5 on Main Street. I'm sorry. P5 on Main Street. Around the courthouse is probably a P4. But in the area that I live in, you've got houses that are bail bondsmen. You've got attorney office. You've got dentist office.
And lots of single family.
Single family. You got hairdressers. And we just kind of all end up in the wad, and it seems to work. So if you like it the way it is, then I think the response back to us is just keep it like it is. And then we can code it based on what makes the best sense with what's out there. But this is a great example of it just happened. Nobody seemed to be in charge of it. The market works, and it's fiscally sustainable. And I don't know that we need a whole lot more than that.
Well, that's where I was going, and to me the place type that defines this is P. Right.
Okay, but Councilmember Ennis realized that that's the least acreage of the whole district. There's only 14 acres of P4, there's 20 acres of P3, and 34 acres of P5.
Y'all are making it too complicated. That doesn't mean anything to me.
You're just talking about what's left.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he's just talking about.
You're saying what you want the last 4.43 acres to be?
So we're diving deep enough so that we have to define whether we want a percent, what that percentage needs to be.
No, I'm asking a different question, and I clearly didn't ask it clearly, so let me try again. When you say that's perfect P4, some ears could hear that means we're not going to allow any more P3, period. Is that is that what you meant by it's a perfect P4?
P4 provides for a mix of residential building types.
Mayor and council, there's only going to be small single tracks in this 5%. So I think what happens is what's around it. As I'm driving it mentally in my head, there's some corner lots, but the residential, there could be, you know, a what I call a neighborhood services commercial that could happen. There's a vacant lot across the street for public housing that's on Hill in Austin. There are some single-family lots up and down, some streets in there, but really they're probably attached to some houses that have never been platted, because we do a lot of record downtown. There's just not a lot of area in this area to develop. Now, the question I would pose to you is from a redevelopment standpoint, because there's not going to be a lot of new development in this area. There could be a lot of redevelopment in this area.
Then the question I have back at you is, if something is a P5 and there's a bunch of vacant space, wouldn't we want it to remain P5, or do we want to carve out a piece and make it say employment center? And if we're going to do that, are we not changing the character of the district?
I believe if you put employment center in there, that would change the character of the district. That would be out of context.
Well, then why are we going so deep as to, if something is, say, 65%, I don't know.
Sure.
P4 or P3, say.
Yes, sir.
Then wouldn't we want to build out, continue on with P3, instead of saying, well, let's just carve that out and make that P4,
right,
or P5?
Correct. And so the way that it got transitioned was the existing character. So the P3 stayed P3. Any of the residential stuff stayed as residential. Anything that had a commercial use or was in a transition area became the mix, the house form commercial P4. Anything that was intense, that had form and buildings like commercial buildings received P5. So what you're saying is there is no reason to do that unless the council saw that it would be, that there's a gap necessary to upzone. Say there's a street that has already started happening. Maybe the end building has turned to a commercial use and the other end building has turned to a commercial use, and maybe there's some commercial uses sprinkled among the block. Maybe you all say, well, that block is well on its way. We're zoning it P3 right now, but in fact, it's already transitioning to P4. Let's do the street as P4. That would be the reason. So thinking through the real built environment of how that would transition is what we're...
You're running head-on-head into what Linda Hummel defined us at our first council retreat, which is I'm a logical processor. And if this little area of town is a P3, then nothing else goes in that district.
Okay.
For time immemorial, up until we change it from P3 to P4.
Yes, sir.
And that's the way my brain works.
So let me pose this question to you this way. This is an area that's pretty important to Bastrop because it is who we are and where we came from. So is it safe to say if it is anything other than what it is, y'all want to be involved in the conversation?
Well, okay, I just want to make 2 points. And it's not answering your question. But I think that we need to look at this street, which I think this street's probably well on, if we're talking about Water Street, right?
No, I'm talking about all of it because what has worked is the buildings that were built there are still there. Now, they may not be what they were originally used for, but they're still there. So for this to redevelop into something other than what is there, I think y'all would want to have a seat at the table. So if it's, to Councilmember Ennis's point, if it's P3 and somebody's going to buy it up and take a block and now turn it into P5, y'all want to be a part of that conversation. I sense that given the historical nature of this, y'all want to y'all don't want somebody to be able to just come and mow downtown and build something back that meets your zoning without you having a case of it. So my comment would be is, let's just say downtown works. Let's, to your point, zone it what it is. And if it is and I think that the P4 works because that allows us to have that mix of the civic space, the churches and all of that. And then when we get to the lot level, we can determine the P3 and P4. And if it becomes something else, we're not saying we're not against that. It just, y'all have to have a public conversation about it. Because what I don't want at a staff level as I've processed your concerns is for them to come in, all of that get torn down, moved, and y'all wake up one day and go, what's going on downtown? And y'all go, that's not what we had in mind. This is authentic Bastrop. This is our brand, and I think it merits a special protection that if you want to do something other than that, y'all got elected to vote, and y'all get to make the tough decision. We're not going to make that at a staff level. And if y'all are good with that, I think that makes this easy.
That's where I am with P3 being almost 30% of it. I don't want to say we're not going to allow any more P3 in because that could completely disrupt a particular block. Right. Likewise, long term, if all the requests come in for individual lots to be up zone to P4 and their neighbors don't oppose and everybody's okay with it, there may become a time where we don't allow P3 in the future anymore. But since it's such a high percentage now, it seems like that needs to be an option so that you can maintain the fabric within the borders of the district.
So bottom line, what we're saying is, say in my area of town where you've already said it's P3, if my neighbor decides he wants to have a shop in there, a P4, he can spot zone it?
So you're in a different character zone. So
well, that's what I'm talking about.
No, Old Town is north of Chestnut. Downtown has two components to it, Old Town and Downtown. This is just south of Chestnut, north of 71.
I was just using my neighborhood as an example. Say your house.
Okay.
If somebody wants to buy it, it's residential right now, and turn it back into a hotel, like it was at the beginning. That would be, and this is P3. They can turn that parcel of land into P4.
They would be required to submit a zoning change request, and so they would submit a request. It would be evaluated on the merits, and if it was spot zoning, then it would be considered spot zoning. So it would go through a full rezoning process. And so if the community felt that it was appropriate and supported the zoning change, then it would go through a zoning change. So it would be a very conventional process.
Is that, I thought that was illegal, spot zoning.
Well, I'm going to let Alan talk about that. What I'm saying is they would have the ability to request. It doesn't mean that it would be approved. They would have the ability to request a zoning change, just like they can today.
So here's the challenge with my area of town that's very different than your area of town. Old Town, where you live, there are pockets of nothing but residential, block after block after block. That is not the way my neighborhood is. 3 houses from me is a church. 2 houses from me is a bail bondsman. 3 houses from me is a attorney's office. 2 houses from me is a beauty shop. So I live in a part of downtown that definitely would become N4, because I don't know how he's going to be comfortable with you labeling my block as P3 when 2 houses behind me is a church and 2 houses over there is a church, and I got a beauty shop on the corner. So that's why the conversation in my part of the world as a N4 essentially is going to say, or P4, I'm sorry, I can't keep the vernacular in my head. But what we've said is that you take the building that's there, and we don't care what you use it for. And so we'll stay true to the building, but when you want to demolish and put something back, then you have to have a conversation if it's more intense with what is there. But my house being turned into a short-term rental for 3 or 4 rooms is no different than any other Airbnb that's up and down the street that we'll deal with through another ordinance.
So it could be turned into multifamily. It could be turned into all kinds of uses.
I think under a neighborhood, there are a variety of housing options that are available. Is that not correct, Matt?
That's correct. It would be focused on the building type and the building function.
And in all of these, we've said accessory structures are allowed, and that's something y'all wanted to do with the granny flat or anything like that. So any of your P3 options could have more than one housing unit on a lot by the very way y'all are designing it. Because one of the things that y'all have mentioned time and time again, and Councilmember Peterson is adamant about this, is that we're not going to have gentrification. Well, the way you ensure you don't have gentrification is by allowing these accessory structures to be revenue generating for the people that live there to help support their income. So this is one of these odd places, but in this part of downtown, the mayor is correct. There is a lot of neighborhood, but it's not side by side neighborhood like your street. You can go blocks of Pecan Street and it's all houses. You can't go blocks in my neighborhood with it being consistent housing. I know I just confused the issue, but that's why we have character districts, and we're not trying to make them all the same thing.
See, I think I'm getting the place types and the character districts all mushed up because, okay.
And we're going to have to amend our comp plan to a minor degree to allow for the character districts and the place types and a range of place types within character districts, because that will help us overcome the concern you mentioned of spot zoning. Spot zoning is loosely defined by the courts. It typically is regarded as zoning a particular piece of property inconsistent with the neighboring uses and in an incompatible manner with the comp plan. So as long as we stay plus or minus 1 or 2 with the surrounding uses, and our comp plan addresses this new system, we're going to be okay when it comes to spot zoning.
And I've jumped ahead to help with your perspective, and then we're going to go back. Old Town is your neighborhood, Councilmember Ennis, and 202 acres is P3, and that's what I meant. You can get in your car, and there is a consistent house after house after house, and that is mirrored in the actual usage of P3. Mixed is the portion of Main Street north of Chestnut to Farm Street. The P4 would be the churches, Tracy's. You've got some strip shopping center there around the Bastrop Opera House that's small scale commercial, and you don't have a ton of it, but it's all concentrated in a general area. And then you quickly move into a neighborhood. That's not reflective of what's south of Chestnut in downtown, hence why they're in 2 separate character zones. So we'll talk about this, but in this moment, I just wanted you to see that your part of downtown is very much residential, reflected by the percentage.
Let's just finish, let's do this one while we're right here, because it should be for you.
Okay.
I just had a question on the Old Town, and I hate to keep bringing up the sign part, but you do have part of it that's on 71, even though it's the frontage like where the Italian restaurants and things are. So they'll have a spot where they can have certain commercial things that the other part's not going to have. Is that correct?
As far as signage goes? Yes.
Or something. I just want to remember there's commercial there that is on 71. So even though they're not part of the 71 corridor, they should be able to still get the same 71 privileges that the other ones do.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. And are you talking about, excuse me, in the downtown area?
Yeah, just
Yes,
right there on
ma'am.
College
Okay.
Street.
Okay.
Just don't forget there's businesses that are trying to survive, and all the 71 extensions have really cut them off a lot. So just try not to forget them.
And those would be things in this particular character district that you could anticipate and be able to factor into the zoning. Is we have the River District, the Water District, Old Town, the Meadows, Burleson Crossing, the Bluffs, and Lost Pines all have frontage along 71. And so he can code businesses and property that fronts 71 to have certain characteristics that would not be available to others that do not front 71.
Right.
Matt, the mayor would like to stay here. So in this particular neighborhood, let me back up and walk through this pretty quick. You have your typical craftsman house, your turn-of-the-century two-story. You have a post office. You have a church use. You've got public housing off of Wilson Street. There's and I struggle with this from a Southern English, a linear piece of property with multiple tiny houses already there. We have office that's the YMCA accountant's office, and then at the corner of Chestnut and Pecan, you have the gas station. So the concentration of commercial application around the edges, that's exactly a good way to put it. So this is historic Main Street north of Chestnut, so it would be Main Street from Chestnut to Spring Street. Numerous landmarks listed on the National Registry. It represents authentic Bastrop, much like downtown does, that's proven to be fiscally sustainable over time. And it really reflects downtown, except there is a much higher concentration of P3 in neighborhoods here than you do south of Chestnut. So, Matt?
Okay, and just continuing with the pattern, this equates to 3.5 building blocks and 0.87 farm lots, so really small segment left. And as Ms. Humble stated, majority of the Old Town District is residential, and with only 6 acres being P4, that means that most of the services are outside of a walkable distance for those residents. They'd have to walk pretty far down in order to access services or goods, those types of things. But the character of the area is really well established. This area is where majority of the farm lots got broken into residential structured building blocks, and so the pattern of the original town really flowed well through this district. So, and you'll notice on the map how majority of the district is that light purple, and you can see Tracy's on there, and you can see the other little businesses that Linda was speaking of as well show up. And so we'd like to see how this would like to move forward. Again, this could be a direct translation and it remains, and that's the character, or you may have areas where you'd like to see integration of alternative place types into this district.
Matt, as I look at the delineation between Old Town and Downtown, it seems to me the commonsensical approach to move that section of Chestnut into the downtown area that seems to be more consistent with the downtown area as opposed to the Old Town.
Go to farm?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
And because all those goods and services that are available there are part of a fabric of the downtown as opposed to being part of the fabric of the neighborhood.
Yes, sir. I like that.
That's an awesome point. So if we were to take Farm Street south to 71, I think that takes any conflict out. Mm-hmm. Good job.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Mr. Unlimited Height.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why he gets the big bucks, Councilmember Peterson said.
We'll make that correction. Thank you.
So you're taking everything below farm and putting it in downtown?
Mm-hmm.
Well, isn't that already
I think that
zoned commercial anyway?
It will better fit with the downtown distribution.
I think the form-based code went to Farm Street too, so I think it'll make that line up as well.
Mayor and Council, the next district is Historic Highway. This is the old Austin Highway corridor. I would just remind you that this is the largest thoroughfare that the city of Bastrop has control over.
Hang on, City Manager. Go ahead,
Did
Councilmember.
we decide what that was? 4?
P4,
Or 3?
yes.
3?
P-
Old Town is
Old
3.
Town is 3.
3.
Okay.
Yes.
And you
making
can
sure.
still have accessory units in 3, right?
Oh, yes,
Okay, that's all I'm wondering.
Okay, I'm sorry,
that's fine.
okay.
So, historic highway is Old Austin Highway. Remember that it's the single largest thoroughfare corridor we have. What you have is office. This is at the corner of Hassler and Old Austin Highway. The county has some government buildings. Our police department is in this area. This is where Coffee Dog and the donut shop is. You've got some commercial that, again, took the building that was there on a small scale. We see a lot of senior housing opportunity. There are multiple nursing homes, multiple independent living facilities geared to your seniors. This is Aqua, so you do have some business applications. There is very limited retail, but there is a Dollar General. You see some health applications that are along this highway. It serves as a very important internal connection to state highway frontage as well as historic downtown. There are multiple schools that feed off of highway, so there's significant traffic congestion multiple times a day. There are cars that queue along Old Austin Highway in the afternoon waiting on student pickup. I mentioned the senior housing and the commercial uses. There's social services and limited retail. 43% vacancy. And Mr. Lewis, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. And the vacant acres breaks down into 12 building blocks and 3 farm lots, scalability-wise. And the direct translation of this district, since on the existing zoning map is general commercial, pretty heavy, intense commercial, the translation came out to P5. That may or may not be the appropriate use or association in its entirety. That is rebuilding your downtown within this entire district. And I don't know if the marketability is there, even for a long term. But again, we were being mindful of not downzoning and doing a translation to be consistent. So with that, there is no residential neighborhood within this district in its existing configuration or build out. And so I don't know if that would be the appropriate place to have any residential. There are some areas in the back that would lend itself to that, but anyway, so we'd like to open this up to the council.
When you say in the back of what?
The off of highway
north.
going toward Riverside Grove, going north. Yes.
That is in the River District. Is it not?
It's not.
Not, the River District's north of Riverside Grove. He's saying the far north end of the
The north
historic
end.
highway district could be.
There's some depth that you could maybe establish some transitions where you would actually see some natural transitions occur that particularly with the scale of the buildings, not having all of the parking lots, thinking about the character changing to function and feel more like a gridded network of streets and small scale buildings. And so how might that area build out? What's the market force that would allow for this to transition, but also allow for the existing businesses to continue to function in their existing configuration?
I personally would really love to see more residential in that area, and it can be intense. I really like that when I drive down that road that there's people from the different centers there and apartments walking, and I just think it creates a comfort on that street. And I even think that if we could, in that area back behind where you're talking about, that's vacant, maybe even allowing that to be sort of along the lines of the
Row houses?
row houses, townhouses with the park in the middle that could be used. So, because a lot of these people that are walking there, they walk up and down the sidewalk, there's really nowhere for them to go. It'd be pretty nice if there was some sort of a feature like that. But I personally would really like to see more residential in that area.
Mayor Pro Tem
Yes.
Nelson?
Yeah, the linear nature of that district would, to me, screams P5. Simply because it allows for multifamily dwellings. To your point, it allows for mixed business usages. It allows for walkability, certainly, simply because of it's fairly wide. So the P5 designation seems to be 80% of it is already P5. So.
Yes, sir, that's correct. And row houses, apartment buildings, and commercial buildings, side yard buildings, all are intense residential types that could fit in here, and so that would be allowed under P5.
This is one that I think is the map's going to change a lot when you put civic sites on there. There's so much of it is schools and other uses that may change how that map looks. But I agree. I mean, it's highway frontage essentially. You know, it used to be the highway.
City owns the southwest corner at the light. We also own some property between 150 and the police department, which could make that interesting, particularly if there is some multifamily to have that open park-like. The dog park is in that area, which is highly, highly used. So you're right, Mayor, that would make a difference.
To Councilmember Jones's point, there's people walking up and down. It'd be good if they had a place to go. Once you plot the civic spots, it may really make sense where housing would make sense for someone that's a walkable distance away, or enough acreage left that they can create their own parklet or something. Councilmember Peterson, were you going to say something?
Yeah, but instead of just kind of splitting it up on P5, the core, it takes under consideration row houses and apartments, network of streets and sidewalks, and tree planting and buildings close to sidewalks. So I think it will, at least look at leaving it P5.
All right. Before we transition, I'm going to give you a weather report. Chief Rosales watched KXAN Jim Spencer, and it's projected to be in the Llano area between 10 and 11, the Austin area between 11 and midnight, the Bastrop area 12 to 1 a.m. with a plus or minus 1 hour probability. You can expect 2 to 3 inch rain totals, brief heavy rain in some areas. The main concern is strong gusty winds with possible 60-plus mile per hour, mainly quarter-size hail with some possibility of golf ball, which is better than the tennis and baseball they were talking about yesterday. Isolated flash flooding to the counties east of I-35. So at this point, that is the weather report.
And our goal is to be snug safely in bed before any of this happens. So let's keep going.
Wait, I want to... We totally abandoned the conversation that we were having before, which was your neighborhood.
Downtown.
Oh, I thought we could
never
leave it like it
finished
was.
I think it was left at P4. The only place that will likely change is what Councilmember Rogers said, and that is the frontage along 71 would be more of your P5 intensity, and there is some vacant property in that general area, but there's Cedars, Crosshairs, and a number of, I think a motel, there's a washateria and some restaurants. So that would be the P5.
I had just a couple of comments I wanted to make, if that's okay.
Sure.
I just want to talk about Water Street a little bit, that I think that needs sort of the same kind of treatment that we were talking about over there on MLK. You know, sidewalks, maybe some trees, you know, just to sort of really create this, like it's not a thoroughfare where people race into town, because we've all talked about that being one of the main entrances into Bastrop, and there still are a lot of people in that area.
So when the service road bridges occur, you will not be able to access Water Street if you are going west on the service road. At that point in time, it'll be an elevation to get you across the bridge. So you will have to access downtown from from Pecan Street if you are going west. Now, if you are coming east and cross the river, you will still be able to get off at Paul C. Bell and make the loop. We talked about the improvements in that area as a part of the Main Street Rehabilitation Program, and y'all added money through the sale of certificate of obligations that we're going to do some kind of entrance feature at Water Street and Main Street to begin to introduce you into the historic downtown.
There
So
by Ferry
we-
Park.
By Ferry Park, yes,
So
ma'am.
we do have some plans for that. So
Yes, ma'am.
that's good. And then my other question is, which is really more for Alan, and we did talk about this a little bit, is that there are some businesses that you do not want in that neighborhood that I wouldn't want in my neighborhood next door or 2 doors down. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I wouldn't mind, but there are some things that I would not want. So, I mean, I don't know.
We
This is
talked
not
about
the
that
right
last
time.
Wednesday, and we will be sending out to you our current use chart. And at the first meeting in May, we will spend some time going through the use chart. And if there are things that y'all absolutely do not want, then y'all will specify that, and we will figure out, legally can we do that, and then we'll code them. But we'll be sending that use chart out to you so that y'all can debate that as a group and talk about that. Lost Pines is the next area of town. This area, I do want to note that, not the wrong button. This area right here is cut out, and we'll deal with that in just a moment. That's going to be called Mayfest Hill. But the rest of this is Lost Pines, and just to surmise, it is the Houston Toad area, and it's also Lost Pines. It is where the loblolly pines of this area start. So in this particular district, you have Buc-ee's, you have St. David's Hospital, you've got some apartment complexes, you've got Fairview Cemetery. It is the Houston Toad habitat. This portion of Bastrop is covered by the Endangered Species Take Permit that was issued in 2008 by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Bastrop County was issued the Lost Pines Habitat Conservation Plan, which offers a simplified process for obtaining authorization for incidental take under Section 10A1B of the Endangered Species Act. And essentially, translating that, it allows for very limited growth intended to be low density, large lot design, small scale commercial, or multifamily residential done at a low density. And as I mentioned, there's a significant number of loblolly pines known as the Lost Pines. But there is a 62% vacancy rate, and it will always be extraordinarily high because the very nature of this area is prevented from developing because of the endangered species.
What's the special district?
I'm sorry?
It says that there's an acre of special district.
I bet it's Buc-ee's.
It's on the southern side. It is. It's Buc-ee's. And while the tradition...
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jennifer says nay, nay.
Oh, this... Oh, you're right. Buc-ee's is T5. Is it...
It's
this
that's
gray
in the
area.
bluff, the bluffs. No, we're over here.
It's whatever this gray area is next to Mayfest Hill.
Next to where?
Mayfest.
See, it's this is the section that is being translated as special district. It's a little industrial park, Jennifer says. Industrial Boulevard. Oh, that's right. There's that little industrial boulevard there. No, it's an industrial little strip.
Oh, because that's
I don't know. Let me check that. This could be a mapping error. I'll go back and re-verify that.
I know you're just testing me. The reason I was asking is because if it is the industrial area and it's mostly employment, and except I think what we have decided is if it's existing employment, it's commercial, it has a zoning. Employment centers are future areas where we wouldn't mind having employments, and they come to us with a PD. Is that correct?
I would say to you that they are large scale employment. Yes.
Okay.
So they would be a multi-acre, and I don't know that we have a size, but a 50 or 100,000 square foot building a lot of truck traffic.
Something that can't easily fit into P5.
Thank you.
Okay, so, and we'll get there, and it may just be a mapping error, but that will be a note to come back to what is the special district, what made it be a special district, because we might say we want more around it, or we don't want any more of that, but we got to know what it, and it may just be a blip, and it's not supposed to be special district, and y'all don't have to know. This is a ton of information, but that's an outstanding thing to come back.
To simplify this conversation, because we have zero control over how this develops, this may be an area where y'all just simply want to say what you don't want there, because how it's going to develop has already been set by the federal government, dictated by the conservation permit issued to Bastrop County. So there is some area that I would tell you along 21 that is currently zoned commercial, and that is problematic because of the drainage on either side of 21 and being able to access that property from a density standpoint. That you're
No, keep going.
Okay. So when that property was upzoned to an intense commercial, there have been a couple of property owners that would prefer to have the flexibility to do residential. So what you may do is let this just kind of evolve and be the mix that it is. And if you buy property and you want to put a house on it, you put a house. If you want to do a small scale commercial, you do a small scale commercial. Because I don't know how much change y'all can affect given the rules. So that might be a parameter of a conversation you want, or you may have a different feel, but I wouldn't get too hung up on the 62% because it's always going to be low density.
So it's basically everybody that wants to do something there is just going to have to come to the city.
No, I think you can program it. I think the bigger thing is that they've got to meet the requirements of what's in the federal permit in Bastrop County.
So if they can meet that, then we're okay with them doing it.
That would be my suggestion
If we allow
too.
the zoning.
That's right.
Because I think, like, between Cedar and Hoffman, there's some parts of that, particularly at the corner of Hoffman, when you're at 95 in Hoffman, I don't know why that's not eventually going to either be multifamily or a Tracy store or whatever right there, because you're there by the high school. It's a major intersection. There's already a traffic light there, and that's currently zoned rural. And so when I look at this, it looks like somebody said we'll take a swath along 21, but we didn't take a swath along 95, and I absolutely agree there are portions of that topographically that is just not going to make it possible, but you do already have some commercial businesses on 95, and so I don't know how you guys want to handle that, but I would think there's going to be a point in time that they're going to be able to meet the Houston Toad, and it's still frontage on 95, and the market's going to say we can afford to do that, and I don't know why we would say rural along Highway 95.
So you would like to upzone that area? And again, this was a direct translation. You can see the same pattern on your existing zoning map. But
Yeah.
So you would like to see this 95
I think we
corridor?
should at least look at it, just like, and I think there's parts along 21 topographically that aren't ever going to make sense, and I don't want to put somebody in a position to where they want to do residential and they can't, but I just think it's silly to say that someone could go look at a piece of property at the corner of Hoffman and Highway 95, and they're zoned for rural. That just seems kind of like a silly conversation.
Well, and it goes hand in hand with what we talked about with the Cultural Arts District, where there's that area that we want to be able to be developed, and I think it should be the same thing on the other side of 95 as well. That just seems like a real natural use for that, where it could be, business with living upstairs. You can do that more intense just on the frontage.
Can we revisit the intersection of 95 and 21 where QT was wanting to go, and we had some challenges with the neighborhood. I think that, and this is why character zones and geographical sensitivity works. Given the topography of that area, we are not intentionally, but it's just a byproduct. More traffic is going to flow into that neighborhood because there's not an easy way for you to go multiple directions. Very different than, say at Buc-ee's, you've got a turn lane, so you can turn right or left, and so however you come out of Buc-ee's and whichever way you go, doesn't matter. You've got options. When you come out of that area, you are really limited on being able to cross 5 lanes of traffic and go several directions. So we force you to go a specific way or to get into the neighborhood. So I would encourage y'all to debate what you'd like in that particular neighborhood, because developing that the way you would develop the other 3 corners, I don't think is appropriate, because there's some topography challenges on that corner that doesn't make that easy.
Well, in that particular corner, we've spent quite a bit of time on and thought about it. And I mean, personally, I think if you could develop that corner and have it be really kind of come up to the street, and all the entrances to that property come off those existing roads, which I think it's Johnson and can't think of the other one. So, and then all the parking's back there, and it's all, and you could actually have very small retail, you know, CPA office, whatever. But, you know, have it 2, 3 or 4 or 5 story, or maybe just 3 story. I don't know. But that would, to me, that would be the best. Well, you couldn't have it too tall with that neighborhood there, so you might want to just make it 2. But I think that would be a really, really good use for that neighborhood, like live above office space, you know. And I just don't see how anything else could work there, like a gas station. It just created so many problems.
What I remember the neighbors saying is that they really weren't wanting nonstop traffic, and what they would prefer is maybe duplexes or something where it was a transition to the commercial and not a tremendous demand on the streets. And so it could be
and I'm talking about very small, like on the bottom, like coffee shop, you know, I mean, very small commercial on the bottom, or that option. I mean, you could have 2 or 3 stories of single-family residential, just that flexibility, but maybe just one corner of it could be like a little store or something.
So, Mayor, would a live-work flex unit be appropriate there perhaps? It's not going to generate a ton of traffic, and what traffic it generates will be during the day, and it wouldn't be a lot, because you could get, I think, a cross between what Councilmember Jones is mentioning and you, and that is that you have first floor that's not intended to be an employment unit, but you'd live upstairs and you'd be able to work downstairs, so you'd have some flexibility. Or do you think the neighbor would think that's still too intense?
Well, and this may be, and we can continue to visit about it, but it may be a good thing to let P&Z vet through, because they met with the neighborhood, and specifically, as I recall, part of the challenge and part of what the neighbors didn't like was forcing the building to the frontage road of the road and putting all of the parking to where all of the parking lights and headlights were going into their houses.
But that was because it was an intense commercial use gas station.
That's right.
We're not talking about that. And I was in all of those meetings. In fact, I set several of those up with the homeowners and the developer. So, I mean, what I'm describing to you, and I've had, you know, conversations with people that live in that neighborhood, was something that was reasonable.
I'm just recalling what they said when they were at council, and I remember them talking about apartments, and I think when we're back to when we had the use conversations, if it's 2-story, it doesn't really matter if it's a coffee shop on the bottom and an apartment on top, or if the apartment's top and bottom. And I think that's your point. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah.
Other comments? I'm hearing more intense development along the frontage of the State Highway 95 corridor on both sides. Matt has flagged the what would be the northeast corner of 21 and 95 to be vetted by planning and zoning when they get this? And the rest of it, are we satisfied just letting the permits take care of themselves?
The other thing that would happen with this is that if it is identified as rural, they would be requesting a zoning change. So they would basically come before you all, before the building, under that assumption, rather than this frontage.
What kind of character area could we have there with the limitation of the Houston code?
One of the ideas we had come up with is, since the grid doesn't fit well here, right? It just doesn't lend itself to that type of use, is a village. And we had talked about early on in the code rodeos and the design rodeo about introducing a village concept where the streets would go on the peripheral, really small mixed-use buildings where the streets were basically all pedestrian streets, and it could be a small, mixed-use center, something like that, where you have residential over retail, but really small streets, small buildings, little parking areas, golf cart trails integrated in, something really unique. It's some of the most beautiful landscape I've seen. I mean, you think of like hills of central France with pine trees, right? It's gorgeous. You've got so much relief. You can see miles out. And so if you're elevated up on the hill with a little village, I mean, thinking about a European village, I mean, that's, we can code those types of things. And so,
And I agree with you on that, because that's something that I've spent a lot of time looking at and thinking about how we can best use that. And I think that what you're saying right there is one of another use for that area. So I agree with you.
Council members, one of the challenges with whatever you put up there is we've got to be able to provide fire service. So there's going to have to be a main street that's built to handle fire equipment and have some kind of hammerhead where they can get in and come out. But to Matt's point, in the village concept, what you would think about is that you're going to disturb a minimal amount of property, but you're going to go vertical. Those will be some of the best views in town, because you're going to be able to see out across the vista of Bastrop. I think the comment that I would make here is, unless there is something you're not interested in doing, the permit is going to dictate how much property can be disturbed, how that cluster development works. And without spending a lot of time here, this is an area that I have flagged for staff to sit down with Matt, and we're going to invite the lady that manages the county permit to the table, and we're going to get educated on what we can and cannot do, because I think there are an awful lot of restraints that are already here that are going to limit what we can do. And if y'all wouldn't mind letting us do some additional work in this area and come back with a proposition, because I think that the limitations that are there are limiting enough.
So would you mind showing a dot where you have visions of this village being?
the northern portion of Lost Pines, yeah, right in there.
You live up there. We've talked
I was
about
gonna
everybody's
say-
property. You might as well talk about yours.
I was going to say, it's interesting, no one cares what I think since this is where I live. That the northern part of that is not the vista. Now you're at the bottom of the hill.
When we
I thought you
drove
were
with
talking,
Trey-
and not,
It really needs to be in Mayfest Hill. It
That-
needs to be in
okay.
Mayfest Hill.
and that's why I was asking.
Oh, okay.
And I wondered if it was off Hoffman and then south.
The problem with this area up here is you get into Piney Woods, Piney Creek, and the topography and the drainage is a real challenge.
And it's already all
And I-
platted with single-family homes.
I think you're really pointing out by Old McDade Road. I think he's really pointing out towards Old McDade on that
Yes.
side.
That's what so I was like,
Okay,
where's
sorry.
this? I thought, well, it's got to be where it's big open hunks of
But
land right now.
I showed them the view of that first house in the corner on Laura Lane. So you can see out over Bastrop
Okay.
from that below.
Absolutely, but that's That seems to me that would be a hard place to suddenly start to put a village because of the multiple ownership and it, it's already platted. That would be like saying we're going to put a village in the center of downtown.
There are challenges from topography, there's challenges from drainage and all of that. So
There's
this
a major
is an area
power line easement, there are gas line
That's
easements.
right. So hence why I said we need to do some work and we'll be back.
Okay. But just like we did the employment centers, as you guys have a chance to work through all that, it really would be neat to know, okay, this village we're talking about, it seems to us it could work in this, around here or around there, just so we have a feel for where that is. Because that may also then dictate what you would want to allow for a transition to the village from 95.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
The next area is Mayfest Hill, and this is an area where I think some of the village concept would work because there's still 6 10-acre tracts that are available for sale. Drainage is still a challenge in this area. There's several small watersheds that feed into Gills Branch in this particular area.
This is toad habitat too, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am, it is. You will see that it is still got a very much of a rural feel. The forest is right up at the edge of the street. I picked these 2 houses because on this particular street, you see houses that are close to the street edge that have a small front yard and a large backyard, and then you see some houses that have chosen to be built off of the street with a large front yard that provides a different experience, but both are found on that particular street. You have the rodeo arena. You also have multifamily that front 71 also goes all the way back to Loop 150. You've got a hotel. This is the small commercial industrial. One of the predominant factors that makes all of these consistent is they all have a lot of outdoor storage requirements as a part of their business. This is an old dealership that would perhaps be a redevelopment opportunity. So significant characteristics are it's home to Mayfest Park, the show barn, and the rodeo arena. There is a rough topography, significant drainage channels in here, multiple small watersheds that feed into Gills Branch. It's a part of the Houston toad habitat, home to the loblolly pines. We own water infrastructure, including the water tower and the groundwater storage, and I hope all of you have noticed it's been painted with the logo, and it looks great as an entrance into the community. The American Legion Hall, we have assisted living, a hotel, multifamily apartments, small commercial business, and large lot residential. So this has, again, been an eclectic experience. All of them have built to the permit, but it's an interesting amount of usage. This has a 38% vacancy land, and a lot of this property has been platted. There may be some development opportunities because there's still 6, 7, 8, 10-acre tracts that you can buy up. So there could be some development, but again, that's going to be dictated by the permit, and most of that, if it was dense, would have to be vertical.
It seems to me, because of the percentage of vacancy and all of the variety, I personally would say allow P3 and P4 and just let the market drive what. Is everybody okay? Any opposed? Hearing none, move on. It's not one end or the other. It's rural and P5 with nothing in the middle.
That's right. There's a lot of nature, a lot of rural, and P5. So, Mayor, what are you suggesting?
Yeah.
Mayor, what did you suggest?
I'm saying that you allow P3 and P4, because then if the P5, if market demands it, you can have some more P5, but you may find that market demands would make you want to be able to do a transition either away from the highway or right around Mayfest. Right around the rodeo arena, you may not want it to be instantly P5. You may want some transition area because you've got those single-family homes back there.
The other opportunity for this area is maybe a small area plan where you really do get down into the details and really plan this area out to be something special. It has so much opportunity. It's a beautiful area, and it has this historical and cultural significance, and so that's the other end of it that is possible.
And my intention is don't pick a lot to say this one has to be P3. Just say that in the Mayfest Hill district, the different ones are allowed, and let the market drive. And then they'd have to, if you allow P3 and P4, and there's 291 acres that are P1, they're going to have to be coming to us for the upzoning anyway. So just say that it can be a variety of upzoning. Do what makes sense. Do what drives the market, and council has an opportunity to get neighborhood input and sign off on it. If I'm understanding it.
So P3, P4, you don't. If you want P5, you come to council. That's what I'm hearing. Is that not what you said? Okay, then tell me.
I believe she's saying let them basically determine, and they would need to come in for rezoning. Is that it would allow for the variety of place types. They would just need to request to council what place type they'd be designated as.
Because of, like Councilmember Ennis's point, the only way that we could avoid that is if we go through lot by lot right now and say, this one's P3, this one's P2, this one's P4, right. and I don't think we know now what it's going to be.
So Mayfest Hill just comes to council?
If it's P5, it can stay P5. If it's P2, it can stay P2. But I don't think we want to say we are not allowing P3 or P4 in the district.
Then
are you opposed
to? Then allow it. If you
okay, so if we allow it, then they have to come to get, because then we don't know which lot is going to be P4. So they have to come ask for P4.
So
I don't think that works that way.
Essentially, what would occur if you left it as is anything that is zone P1, they would need a rezoning change request, which would, for a new place type, which would come before the Planning Commission and the City Council. What I'm hearing is that all of the place types would be allowed to be requested. They could request any of the place types, but it would be a process. It would come back before council. Unless we do a small area plan, or you really get into the details.
Unless we want to go through lot by lot right now and determine whether it's P3, P4,
So what makes
P5?
this district any different than the districts we've gone through? What am I missing? Because I just had
because the other districts, like the one before, had the variety already in it. This has a 38% vacancy, which is higher than the other ones that we've looked at, and the only existing zoning that's there is one end or the other. There's nothing in the middle.
So what's driving the 291 acres?
It's undeveloped land on your vacant and underutilized.
Okay, so why are we treating this district any different than any other district? We've had vacant land that we've sat here and decided was going to be P3, P4, P5. Why now all of a sudden, if it has to be developed, does it have to come to council? What's different about this district than the others we've talked about?
Well, from my perspective, one thing that is different is the topography. And to build something that's geographically sensitive, I think this would deserve a real review to look at the topography, see what would fit where. Is it possible to actually extend the grid? I also think the thoroughfare master plan update in this area will tell us a lot as well.
I think there's some areas that we've already determined aren't going to have a grid. And we're not going to have a grid here because there's not enough brain damage to make this city go through U.S. Fish and Wildlife to build grid streets. So this is a geographical area where we're already going to know grid streets don't work.
Okay, in that particular scenario, then, I'm just leaning to what the mayor is saying is based on the existing translation of the zoning districts, then we would either need to go through and start assigning place types to the individual, to these properties, and maybe we're willing to do that, or maybe it deserves it.
Is this one we can come back and treat like Lost Pines and sit down and work with the county on the permit and the
Yes.
options and look at the
Because I don't-
topography? Because I think we were doing great, and now we've created a different set of code and process that may be where we end up, but
I mean, so you already have to deal with getting approval through the county, and I don't know why we would want to add to that difficulty.
this property is, to your point, harder to develop even if they come through our process, because you still got to go to the county. That's your point.
Which is why my point is it's even harder not having market-driven information, not owning the property, to assign P3 or P4 or P5 to it. If you go to Lost Pines, there were already sections of each, there's 298 acres of P3, 55 acres of P4, 200, there was already transitional areas and you could do something around it. On this one, there's only the two extremes. And I'm saying right now, today, we don't know where that transition is going to take place. We can make it all be P4 and they can come down zone, but he said it's not stackable, so we could be, by picking it with not having the information, we could be making it harder on somebody to just pick what they want it to be.
Which
This
is
is
to
one
allow
that needs
anything.
work, and we will be
Yeah.
back on the first agenda in May, and we will either agree that this is an exception to the rule or better provide you information to make it part of the rule. New addition. New constitutes the 1940s. Not much to talk about because the only thing in this district is residential. It is 38 housing units, it's 38 P3, and there's a 7% vacancy because there's probably one or two infill lots. It's super easy, it could stay P3.
P3.
Woo,
P3.
let's move on, North End. North End is an area that probably is the reason for having the conversations the way we have. The North End really lacks the ability to reflect downtown with a mix of commercial. There's been lots of conversations about we sure would like to have a Tracy's in this area. What you currently see is a variety of housing products built in 60s, 70s. This is some houses that have been built in recent years. This is the KB Homes subdivision. In this area, we have the LCRA substation that feeds electricity to Bastrop. We've got mobile home parks. We've still got a rural feel, and we've got some commercial applications that are in this particular area. Now, I want to go back just a minute and talk about what I think is the single most important issue in this area that we're going to have to address in a different manner. In the 1920s, the Iredell map that we often refer to was established, and it was laid out in this area in the grid pattern, and all of the right-of-way was surveyed, all of the right-of-way was platted, for lack of a better word. It was dedicated, and if you pull up the plat maps today, that right-of-way shows up. But what you can see is that there is very limited connection with the grid pattern in here. And so there is going to be some challenges with making the grid pattern happen here on infill development. It is unrealistic to expect a homeowner that's building a lot to put in a $500,000 street. It's just not going to happen. So we're going to have to make some decisions in the future years about our thoroughfare plan, and make some decisions on, as this develops, what connections are important, and then sell certificate of obligations or some kind of debt instrument to build it. There is one other area where something has been allowed to be built in the right-of-way. And so we talked about south of 71 that the Hampton Inn was built in the middle of Hassler. So if you are north, this is Magnolia right here. Hill Street is intended to go north somewhere in this area, connect with Poplar that would go over to Pecan Street. And sometime since Trey's been here, so in the last 5 or 6 years, it was before you? Okay, I'm sorry. There is a high-pressure gas line that was allowed to go in, and it's built square in the middle of the right-of-way. It isn't moving. It's a substation, so you're not building. So we'll have some connection challenges as we move in that area. But I did want to talk about the grid network. It's interesting. This is a grid network that predates all of us, and very little of it's been built, but will certainly, as this area develops, become important. So with that, significant characteristics of this area are a variety of housing types and sizes. We talked about the LCRA substation. We have mobile homes. There are various small-scale commercial buildings. There are several churches. This particular area is bordered by 95 on the east, the city limits to the north, Union Pacific to the south, and Carver Street to the west. I've talked about the lack of connectivity between the gridded streets. And I did mention that Hill Street north of Magnolia won't be connected because of the high compression gas line. There is a 34% vacancy rate, and you will see the predominant use is P3. One of the things that I think is important for y'all to talk about is this area has been discussed as what it is. It's not what we necessarily want it to be. The community wants more commercial. The community wants more mixed use. So this is an area that, as y'all talk about this with Matt, you need to think about that in that context. Matt?
All right, and just to equate the vacancy, you have 42 building blocks remaining and 10.5 farm lots. So it's a substantial amount of area in this area. And again, some of this is ball fields, and then you've got some industrial space there as well. As Linda noted, 201 acres of this is residential. It's a with a variety of residential types. So this area does have some services in there. I believe there's a flower shop in this district in the middle of the neighborhood. And it's hard to code those types of places, but they're really useful and they add to the character of the neighborhood. So thinking through, again, we've done a direct translation of what is on the ground, but that...
Wait. Why is it hard to code if we're not coding uses?
Well, because commercial uses are under P4, and so to get one mid-block in the middle of a residential block is that's a difficult thing to code. I mean, it's like going into Old Town, picking a lot in the middle of a residential block and saying I would have put it a flower shop. Would the council feel that that would be allowed or appropriate? And those are the types of conversations that would be policy decisions because it would trigger a rezoning request.
Okay, so you're saying P3 with neighborhood has absolutely no commercial uses, knowing that it's a flower shop and a commercial use now makes it be P4.
That's correct.
And that would make it be P3, 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 P4, P3, P3, and it's going to look like spot zoning.
Yes, ma'am, and you can see it on the map, actually. You can see that purple just south of Juniper.
Yep.
Yeah, Gloria's. And
so Matt has identified the challenge with this neighborhood, and that is this may be a neighborhood where you just acknowledge that it will become a neighborhood in transition. There are some large areas to be developed. We've talked to you about, I think it's called Riverwood Terrace on Carter Street. That is a great example of how a larger, and it's not large, it's I think 8 acres or something like that, could take care of this because I would say probably 65% of it will be residential, but there's 35% of that will be commercial. And so if you've got some ability to take a large piece of property and redevelop, that solves itself. But if you've got some folks that want to come in and buy a block and redevelop, then you're offering an opportunity by making it P4. But this is an area where the neighbors themselves have said, we need more commercial, we want more work opportunities. So what's there may not necessarily be what the neighborhood would want. And that's going to make this area an interesting conversation.
Okay, so here's my question, a process question. When I look at that, I see that this area has every one of those designations, and although there's some vacant area, like the flower shop, it will maintain it will be a P4 because we're not going to tell them they have to shut down their flower shop.
Yes, ma'am.
So if we stay true to the transitional zoning, that means in my mind, if somebody happens to be a block over or on the other side of Main Street on Juniper over by that flower shop or whatever, and it's currently being used as P3 and it would be P3, if the market drives it and it wants P4 and the neighborhood wants P4, they're going to have to come to council to upgrade from P3 to P4. How's that any different than the discussion you didn't like previously?
Because some people won't come to council and they'll keep it the way it is. If you want something to be different, you have to make it easy. So if you want it to be P4, you got to make it easy for the market to be P4. So I'm just saying to you that this is an area where we want it to be different, and we have spent a lot of time making it easy for the market to be different. A suggestion here would be is that this might be an area where and I don't know when on the calendar we do in June, but this might be a time where we send notices to this area and we have a public meeting with planning and zoning and they debate this. And we get some input from the community on what services they'd like to see in their area from a walkability standpoint that they don't have, and better address this.
Well, hang on. So they say we want 2 more Tracy's and 3 hair salons. Are you suggesting then that council would come through and piece by piece decide which lot can become P4?
No, what I am suggesting is that you have a conversation with the community, because this is an area that will likely transition from what it is in an infilled situation.
And I'm completely agreeable with that, but I still don't know how we can make it where they don't have to come to council to upgrade their zoning. I just don't understand the process part of that.
From my understanding, it's through the community conversation. Through the community conversation, we can go in here and identify this street is already starting to transition, and during the rezoning, during the adoption of this, we upzone those particular areas
to P4 with the neighborhood's blessing, knowing that they're comfortable with it.
So you would do it in a big swatch?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
With community input. Because what we've done in other areas is provided political cover and predictability because they didn't want it to change. This is an area where we've heard from the community we would like more options than we've got.
But if I buy a lot that didn't happen to make the P4, I still have the ability to come ask
Yes,
for
ma'am.
P4.
But what you are providing is the ability for the market to resolve what the community wants without the burden of having to go through an extra process.
Okay. And so then comparing that to the one before, for me, that's also part of the problem. There's not a whole lot of people to talk to about whether do you want P3 or P4, because so much of it is vacant and next to a rodeo arena.
Yes, ma'am, but the difference between Lost Pines and Mayfest Park is there are a lot of geographically sensitive challenges that will dictate it for you.
Okay.
You don't have that here.
Okay, I just don't want to stifle anyone's ability for creativity in the previous one. So,
yes,
okay, that makes sense.
But
So
on that one, I don't want to create hope when there isn't any.
Yeah, I gotcha. I gotcha.
So on back to this, I think that the biggest issue is connectivity. I think what you have to do is go to this area and these people and create opportunity, because that's the biggest problem there, is there's a lot of stuff that you just can't get to.
Yes, and
so I mean, I think that supersedes.
Well, it boils down to the chicken and the egg. So let's dissect this over a multi-year process. So the north end would be a great example of an area that we would identify for redevelopment, and we could get some input at this level to allow that to start happening on an easier time. But one of the things, and Matt's already identified Lost Pines and Mayfest Park, there are typically small scale planning studies that go on, and the North End is a great example of that, because you're exactly right. The thoroughfare plan and the connectivity is a real challenge. So that area needs to be studied long term.
Right.
Not only how do we want the street network to happen, but to your point, we probably can't build all of the street network the way it needs to, because we just don't have that kind of money. So where are we going to put a trail system? Where are we going to put bikes? Where would we, because what happens then is people can walk without having to go 3 blocks out of the way, but you like them, because what we've said is we're going to have a mobility plan. And there's some areas in that area along Piney Creek where you're not going to build a street, but you don't want to make the neighborhood walk 3 blocks out of the way just because the street won't go through. So you're going to connect it with an 8-foot trail that's safe to walk, that people can walk their kids without being on the street, which we've heard. You light it well, and you do that until such time the community can afford the street, or it makes sense to have a street, but you're giving people opportunity. And so that whole area needs to be studied. We're not going to be able to do it at this level, but you begin to help that change with some of the zoning, and then you go back and study it, because there's some very expensive challenges the city's going to have to own here. You're not going to have a developer solve for you, and that needs to be studied holistically based on what we want it to be. And you can't do that in this context. So you can do some of it to help the market, and then you've got to come back and that's got to be its own area plan exercise.
Well, and I personally would just really like to see this area put front and center, because like you said, it's a long process, and I just think the first step is looking at connectivity. And if you want that to look like an 8-foot wide trail until that can turn into a road, okay, but there needs to be a plan. And I think also in this neighborhood, if you're going to allow accessory units where people can have like opportunities to rent out or have a little business, to me that's fine. I don't think that we're at C4 right now. I mean, it's a P4. And I just think that that's just jumping out there too far. I just think that there's other issues that you're going to create if we push that too far. And like I said, I just think that if there's a way, because this area is very unique and it has been ignored for such a long time, and it's right here in town. And any opportunity that we can have to just initially just lay out that grid and make all that infill developable, there's people that want to move in there.
I don't think anybody's arguing that, and I'm not pushing a plan. I am reacting to the feedback we consistently get, and that is, how do we begin to help them have what they want, so that every time we have a tool in our toolbox, we're capitalizing on our ability to help them.
No, and I agree with you, and I'm not thinking that you're pushing anything, to be clear. I just think that from my perspective, the first step is just the grid, and if you wanted that to look like trails, or, you're the one that makes that decision, but I'm just saying
No,
that,
y'all make that. That's a policy decision, but I have to figure out how to pay for what you want, and it's hugely expensive.
Right. Well, I mean, just initially, I think it's important initially that we look at just a plan so that we know where we're going. And I understand that it's expensive, but I would like us to look at right now taking that neighborhood, putting it on the front burner, and let's say it's a 50-year plan. I'm fine with that. But let's start, and let's not just, okay, we need to do a lot of work over here, so we'll think about that later. I'm saying no. I say it's right now. And I think this is, of all the areas that we have, with the exception of one other. But this one to me is the most important.
Okay, I'm still looking at a mixed use also, because Magnolia's going to open up because of the Pine Creek subdivision over there. So that leaves some wiggle room, if you will, to leave that at, or put that in mix 4, because you're going to have, and the citizens want some commercial use in there. They want a Tracy's in there, or Tracy's number 2, I should say. So P4 would be, I think, the better choice.
That's where I was going with the P4. Give them some flexibility, since it does have a lot of room to grow back there. And since you're saying the neighborhood's asking for it, but it's going to be real hard, like you were saying, if the forest is on one street without allowing somebody on the other side of the street to do the same thing.
But what it comes down to is just a neighborhood conversation. I mean, because doesn't everyone need to agree to that? Or you just...
If you're waiting for everyone to agree, that's
well, not
gonna be a long way.
everyone, but there has to be somewhat of a consensus, you know, and there has to be an understanding that...
Well, we're not doing that to every other neighborhood.
The only other thing for clarification, you've mentioned a couple times the KB Homes subdivision, and I think that's not in the North End district. I think it's its own PDD district. Is that correct? Okay. Yeah, and that, thank you, Councilmember Peterson. The one thing that we haven't talked about specifically that I think for sure will be covered in the transportation plan is the importance of Mesquite as another east-west thoroughfare getting over to 95. Mm-hmm. However, Mesquite to Reeves or whatever. Mayor Pro Tem Nelson?
Well, the P4 designation certainly allows for optimum development or redevelopment, or creates a more positive atmosphere for it, while still allowing the neighborhood to flourish. And so that, to your point about paying attention to that, we have to make it conducive to the developers and redevelopers and the neighborhood to create that positive atmosphere that you're attempting to address. Am I wrong in assuming that?
No, I just think that, like I said, I think we have to start at fundamentally with the connectivity, and maybe we can make allowance for roads being put in that, I mean, you know, I'm sorry, I'm just throwing stuff out there, but, you know, maybe we can make allowance for roads that aren't paved initially, but they do allow access to those infill areas to be developed, and as those are developed and we get those taxpayers online and there's that, you know, it's a process. And that's why I'm just saying fundamentally to start with that overlay of connectivity for this neighborhood and just make it real incremental. I understand that, but this area has been extremely ignored, and everybody else has what they don't, and I don't like it.
Mayor Schrader, if I may.
Please.
You know, when it comes to the world of planning and zoning, and the planners in the room can tell me I'm wrong, there's lots of planning and then ultimately zoning that's done on what used to be, and then it's done on what is, and then there's a component on what you want to have. And I've often told clients that when they're doing their future land use maps, they can crystal ball it the best they can, but the law doesn't require precision, and they're allowed to be wrong. Maybe they see a community going one direction or a neighborhood going a different direction. 10 years later, you realize you're wrong. There's seldom any legal liability for that sort of thing. But what you're describing to me is sort of the component of a future land use map versus actuality. And I'm just curious if Matt Lewis and his team have considered the future land use aspect of this versus the current actuality. And is that a big jump going to P4, or is that reasonable in your experience?
Yeah, and that's a great question. What would occur is in this particular setting, the house form residential structure would be remaining intact. The P3 could stay, even with the rezoning of the P4. Everything would still be conforming with the existing characteristics. Looking to a future-ready zoning classification, it's not necessarily aligned with the existing future land use, but that alignment would take place at the time that we did that. From the from the actual real on-the-ground setting, nothing would change until the market was ready for it to change. It would make the allowance that any of those areas and those structures would be eligible to come in with a, open a business in it, or have ground floor business with residential above. And so those structures would be in the exact same configuration, just allow for transition.
So that'd probably be a component of the surgical modifications we make to the comp plan, just to say, it's predominantly P3 now, but that we can envision it going to P4, and that actually kind of paves the way for requests for rezoning later.
That's a great idea. It would essentially establish the intent of the council for that area, and so you wouldn't have to do it as a legislative act for a zoning. You could do it through the land use.
So process-wise, they wouldn't have to rezone?
Process-wise, that would trigger rezoning unless the act took place at the adoption of this map.
But what I hear is the
consistent.
majority of council wants it zoned P4 so that could happen as development happens now. Not a future land use map. Y'all are comfortable zoning this, upzoning this to P4. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, it sounds like, as long as the community's okay with it, but it seems like part of how you're able to know, because that's one of, it sounds really good, I want a Tracy's, and then the very person who's, and I'm just going to go out on a limb, the very person who's hollering for a Tracy's, when they find out the Tracy's is going to be next door to them, may have a different feeling about that. And if we write in that it doesn't require a rezoning, you're never going to have an opportunity for the neighborhood to say, but that's the lot that we're now talking about. So there, it's one thing to provide ease, but then the city managers taught me the term, you've handed them a bat to get beat with, because now you've gotten the Tracy's next door that you didn't want, nobody around, that's not where we thought it was going to go, and council didn't vote on it, P&Z didn't have anything to do with it, and Matt Jones has become the most popular person in town. And I don't think that's fair for us to do to staff.
So I have a question. Okay, so, and Matt Jones is the most popular person in town. Just curiosity. So Tracy's and the Florist are both on Main Street, correct? Right? So is there a way to make just Main Street on both sides of Main Street all the way down P4? Because as the Old Town even expands and goes into North End, that could end up being a thoroughfare. I mean, Main Street's already a thoroughfare. So, but if we only zone both ends of that, like that first lot or whatever off Main Street in the mixed 4 or P4 or F4 or whatever it is we're doing it, I mean, you've already captured the two businesses that have already looked at how Main Street can get you the business. Right. So it sounds like they're all that. The market's already driving onto Main Street, and I don't think there's a whole bunch that it's got, you know what I'm saying? If you just did that one corridor straight down into a mixed 4, then you could just save that one area and not do the whole.
I'm agreeing with you, and it makes sense, but there's a huge conversation going on over here.
Oh. Yes, ma'am.
So.
And that's absolutely doable. What we could do is we could just get the first layer of lots and upzone them to P4. We could map that out.
Main Street's a thoroughfare all the way through north, right?
Yes, ma'am. That's absolutely possible. If that's at the will of the council, we could do a translation for that district.
City manager, can that be a suggestion that y'all vet through and make sure we're not putting ourselves into a tough spot? Council, does that sort of make sense? To me, it's, and I know I'm not a certified planner, and there can be some reasons why that's not a good idea, but what I feel like council's saying from a policy standpoint is if it's 95, there's a commercial strip, which is P5. This is not 95, but it is a main drag, so there's you go to P4, you don't go to P5, and you provide a transition behind that into pure residential. And then it still seems like, because of the quarter-mile circle of what you want to walk around, if somebody comes in at the corner of Linden and Water and wants to put in a Tracy's and everybody around them likes it,
they come to council.
They come to council and we make it P4.
So P4 reads, consists of a more intense building type which provides more lifestyle choices. It provides for a mix of residential building types. Commercial and office uses are allowed in this district only in house form structures. Street types consist of a mixed use, but primarily residential urban fabric. So that begins to get you the types of uses. But I would argue that a Tracy's or convenience store would not be in a house use, would still come to council, and would still provide the ability for that level of intensity to be voted on by the community through their ability to weigh in, yes, we're in favor of it, no, we're not. So that begins to help transition some areas where that type of development may be welcomed. So I think that's a good idea.
I just want us to be cautious of making things, having a future vision and making a decision for people who, taking away their ability to influence what's going to be in their neighborhood.
So there are multiple opportunities for the community to weigh in. And so we're going to have a public meeting on May 9th. We're going to have another opportunity at the close of the public input section on the 28th of June. And then when we get all of the particulars worked out, each parcel owner will be sent a notice in September, and there will be an opportunity to come in and meet with us one-on-one. And to your point, if they're registering that kind of concern, we're going to share that with council, and y'all have the right to fix that at that point. So there's still multiple opportunities for the community to say, yep, we're in favor of this, or no, it's a really bad idea.
And that letter will explain, regardless of what new P fill in the number they get, they can keep what they have forever and ever and ever as long as they want.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so what I hear is that you are comfortable with staff and the consultant team debating Main Street as a P4 corridor when we come back to you. That's my takeaway from this.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
So what about what I talked about as far as just like some sort of, and maybe y'all address this and I didn't understand it, but
what you're concerned about as far as the gridded network is not a zoning part of this. It's going to be a part of the transportation plan, and we will deal with that through future capital improvement programs and projects because it's real money.
Okay, but do we have any sort of anything that we're looking at or working with over there as far as giving access to some of that vacant land or not?
So what we're doing right now is improving what we have before we build more. Some of the oldest infrastructure in our community is in North Bastrop, so we have a community redevelopment project where we're replacing wastewater lines, water lines, improving drainage and fixing streets on a portion of Locust, Magnolia, Linden, and Main. And we see that as a community reinvestment project. So we've got some infrastructure needs that need to be fixed before I think we can, in good conscience, build something else for us to not be able to take care of.
I understand. So just my thought is that we allow some flexibility for access in that part of town so that we can, is all I'm saying, versus, okay, we have to have, 45-foot asphalt paved road before you can go back there and build. I'm just saying that I wonder as policy if y'all would consider us having some flexibility on that, or is that even possible?
So state law says before you can plat and develop, you have to have access.
Right.
So we have a development that's kind of in the wings that will be brought to you sometime in the near future, where we can already determine that building the street doesn't make sense because it's on the edge of Piney Creek. It would make the affordable housing unaffordable. Mm-hmm. And so they're really working hard to build some affordable housing. So there's a trade-off. If you want the street and the access, that's fine, but it gets rolled up into the development cost, and now we don't have affordable housing. So there's nothing about the conversation that you'd like us to solve that's easy. So what we have said is that affordable housing is tremendously important, but we've also said that having a multimodal transportation plan is important. So we need folks to be able to walk and connect from one block to the next without having to walk down the middle of the street to do so. And so in that instance, we're requiring some trails to be put in. so that you can still walk and bike. So we haven't cut off access, but we haven't always allowed the automobile to reign. So we're trying to balance connectivity and affordability and all that goes with that, and none of this is easy. So we're doing it on a case-by-case basis, which is the beauty of this plan, where there are geographically sensitive reasons for not making the connection, i.e. the creek. We're not mandating it. But if it was in the middle of a undeveloped area, they'd be putting a street in, because that's what our thoroughfare plan mandates.
So
We
that's
can talk
case
more
by
about
case
this
and has to
later.
be approved by council.
As it stands now, yes, ma'am, it's coming to council.
And does it go to P and Z before it goes?
Sure.
to us? Yeah. Well, we can talk more about this later because
We've got 6 more.
yes.
Riverside Grove is a development that is essentially predominantly residential. It was straight zoning. It's surrounds Bob Bryant. There is a portion of Hassler Shores that on the east side is an unincorporated part of the county, and it makes our ability to maintain uses challenging. There's a fireworks stand that the neighborhood did not appreciate, did not want. We certainly didn't endorse it, but because it's in the county, we can't regulate it. I took a picture of this and put it in here because if you are concerned about why you need a pattern book, I think this is a great example of why you would have a pattern book, because these are your standard post office boxes that the United States Postal Service says you must have, because they're not going to deliver door to door. But there is a big difference between just putting them out on the sidewalk and making them some kind of architecture. So I took a picture of that to give you that perspective. The mayor's talked a lot about having patio and porches that were at ground level, and this is an example of a beautiful house and arrangement in Riverside Grove where that certainly works. This is another area where there's just one step up that are examples in Riverside Grove of how you can still have the porch but have it at ground level. This is the end of Charles. It dead ends, and this would resolve some connectivity, but it's important to note that the tract of land behind this particular piece of property is currently in the county. We have a development agreement, and we have agreed not to annex this for 50 years at the start of that development agreement until such time it sells or develops. So connectivity along Charles could be decades in the making.
Needless to say, that'll be market driven.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So some of the significant characteristics are the connectivity. It is dependent upon the development of the Rosanke tract, because there are a couple of streets that are currently stubbed out that are south enough that the street could go across the Rosanke tract, is in the city limits when that property develops. It's predominantly residential, home to Bob Bryant Park. I mentioned the unincorporated area with the fireworks stand. There is small-scale commercial that fronts Riverside Grove along the Old Austin Highway. And then this neighborhood is also impacted by the traffic queuing up to pick up students at several of the schools located in the general vicinities. They have found a way to kind of hide off in the neighborhood. The kids walk to them, and they can come in and out. So there is a 3% vacancy rate in this area, and most of the property is at the very front and lends itself to commercial.
So that's P5.
Yes.
The vacant is commercial, so everything else is P3. You'll keep to what's around it.
That's correct.
The next area is the Bluffs. This is 71 to the north, Union Pacific to the west, the city limits to the south. This border is really geographical in nature. This is the edge of the bluff, and you begin to move into Pine Forest Unit 6 behind this.
That's literally the city limit line, right? That,
This right here,
yeah.
Pine Forest Unit 6. Up here?
According to this map, that's
Yeah,
the
that's the
city
city
limit
limit
line.
line. It is the city limit line. It is.
Say it again.
I'm going to move right on. So this is a commercial structure that's on Technology Boulevard. It's very representative of the industrial type facilities that already exist in this area. You've got some county applications, the law enforcement campus is there. This is the tax office. There is a part of this area that fronts College Street. This is MLK. This is Jasper. We have some drainage challenges at the railroad that we're fixing right here. I took this picture because this is the kind of vista that you see. We're up on a bluff. You also have retail, CVS, Jack in the Box that front 71. There is some medical. This is one of about 3 businesses that are kind of nestled up in the trees, if you will, that could transition or lend themselves to ultimately one day becoming some mixed use, high density residential that could work down here but might live here and enjoy the views. And I just took this picture just to remind you that this is the main entrance into what we would consider our employment, our major employment area. Given the topography, there's limited access to this area. The main, there's really one main entrance into the industrial park. BEDC is connecting Technology Way to MLK Drive to give a secondary access to that. The Bastrop County has acquired or is in the process of acquiring some additional land from BEDC, and they intend over the next 5 to 10 years to make more of a campus-style development in that area. They're moving the Office of Emergency Management and Regional Dispatch to this location. There is a cemetery and a funeral home, as well as the retail I mentioned. So very limited residential in this area, and it seems to be along MLK and Jasper in that general area. And clearly it's named the Bluffs, just given the beautiful views of Bastrop. Matt?
And so the vacant acreage breaks down to 17 farm lots and 68.5 building blocks. Just thinking about 60 building blocks. And this area, we did talk to Mike Camelander. They're anticipating this being their primarily an employment center. And the existing zoning, 166 acres, is light industrial or industrial park, which was translated directly into the special district classification. And essentially what we see this building out as is working with the BEDC and letting them design the bluffs into their
I was wondering how, because I
district.
know we were talking about existing zoning would transition, and so it's going to be weird when it's already kind of an employment center if we're saying that employment centers are future, because we don't want this to fall off. So however y'all figure out how to do that, this definitely needs to pop up as a potential employment center.
So this would be a great example where the lots in this area have already been platted. So we have some kind of idea of the profile. So we could write the characteristics of this district with that in mind. And if they wanted to buy lots side by side and change that profile, that would require council intervention. So we can do, we can make it easy for the BEDC to sell what's there in its current configuration. But chances are, if they're buying multiple lots, they're going to want something special, and it would just be part of the development. So all of that to say this will be earmarked as an employment district, but we have a better sense of what this is likely to be than we do with most anything else.
Yeah, the only thing is that those lot lines are really arbitrary, the ones that are out there. So, because we've carved it up how somebody may go look and it's a 7-acre lot and they only want 5. Well, we're happy to move the lot line to sell them just the part that they need. So it's a very flexible area. So that would be important to note that in the district because this is begging for every kind of job, all different kinds of pay points, employment. So we want to make it abundantly clear that there's a lot of flexibility so that nobody's backs off from it because of a current existing plat or whatever. And then this PDD that I see right in the, that has to be a county complex. I had no idea that was that's got to be what that is, right? I had no idea that was a PDD. And so that's not, where did you account for that in the acreage? Or is that out of the acreage and not included?
It's not included in your acreage.
Okay.
It's excluded
Because
from your
PDDs
acreage. We're extracted out.
Okay.
So it's a 68%, is all of that BDC land that's vacant?
No.
90% of it, 10% of it?
A big portion of it.
So this, let's see.
Yep.
This area over here, this is 71.
Right,
Am I at
yep.
the right place?
Yep.
Okay, so this area right here is individual parcels. It's suggested that QT has bought a parcel here and they're going to put
So
their
like
gas
behind the
station.
funeral home kind of area?
I'm sorry?
Behind the funeral home kind of
No,
area?
this is beside the funeral home. This is going up the
Oh, I see.
entrance
Okay.
right
Yeah, I see what
up
you
to
did.
71.
I was looking at the lots behind that, but I was just a little further in the thought process. I'm sorry.
So there is a right-of-way that's platted that has not been built. We actually own some lots in this area. But the hill, when you are going up the ramp to get on the 71, TxDOT has put a concrete hill there with some expectation that it could be redesigned to become something different. You have the funeral home up here. You had a gridded layout, but again, the streets are not there. There are some nice topographical challenges in here that will make some of these lots that look like, oh yeah, that's a block we could develop on it, not going to be the case. So there's some county uses in here. There are some real drainage challenges on this bluff where you've got large parcels, but development's not cheap to carve out that particular piece of property. So it is not predominantly BDC. LCRA has, I think Bluebonnet or LCRA has an office up there where they have their field office at. So it is an eclectic use. There are some detention ponds that are fairly large in this area because the Tahitian village drains to this area. So there's not going to be one particular property owner that's going to get you to the 68%. The meadows.
Quick question.
yeah. Go ahead.
Quick question. If the PDD is the county complex, what's incorporated in the special district?
I think that's the
I think the
industrial.
industrial part because
industrial,
it's light industrial.
Oh,
Yes, the light industrial
oh,
and
so
the industrial.
employment.
It
Yes,
will
sir.
be
Got it.
on
Thank you.
the 20 sites that we've identified with BEDC that we're going to be fleshing out. So when this comes back to you in May, it may look a little different.
So before we leave this district, what I think council has said to you is, of the vacant lots, of the 233 vacant acres, our expectation is that it would be zoned like that around it. So that if it's residential by college, then it's going to be residential, but you're going to use the surrounding developed areas to be consistent with the P, right?
So I just want to have a question real quick. So is a lot of the infrastructure and so forth that's gone into that area been grant related because it is industrial?
No. Funded by BDC.
But it's funded by BEDC because it's going to its future,
Because it's an industrial park, yes.
a future industrial park.
Well, it is the
No, it
industrial
is an
park.
industrial park.
I mean, it is an industrial, yes, you're right. So all the development over there has pretty much just been BEDC.
It's been commercial development that BEDC bought the property, put in the infrastructure as an attraction to businesses to build in that park.
Except along 71, which I
Yes.
think was organic. You have to appreciate that one of the most significant drivers in this area is the county.
Right.
The law enforcement, the jail,
The appraisal district.
the appraisal district, the office, the sheriff's office, the jail, those are large tracts of land. So the county and the BEDC would probably be the two most significant drivers in this area.
And I completely am fine with, you know, to me, mandating a gridded network, and this doesn't make sense. You use the topography, and there's going to be big chunks of land, so you follow it where you can, but if there's, to your point, it looks like this great square that you can develop, and that's not really the case. So if it doesn't make sense to put a street there, I wouldn't mandate it. But in this area, because of the uses that are there, I don't think it's appropriate to say, we're not going to make you pave it. Wherever the street belongs, it needs to be a paved street. It's the vast majority of it is commercial and traffic that would be around
So
it.
this is exactly why we hired Kimley Horn. There are a couple of districts, the Lost Pine District, the Mayfest Park area, and the Bluffs, where just deciding to draw lines on a map don't work. And these lines matter in the development cost. And so part of what their field work is to going out there and debating these very things, so we create a realistic palette when a developer walks in the door on what we already know will work and what we don't. There will be some instances where we think it will work, we will know it will work, but it will be expensive and they're not going to want to pay for it. It will be wonderful because we'll already have had that chat. If you want to build there, you're going to build this infrastructure. Yes, it's not cheap, but it's important because we need a gridded network. But we'll also have already determined whether or not that's an option or just a pipe drain. And that's the importance of where we're going to define our battles going forward.
My specific point is that in some of the other districts, like the north end, I think it's completely fine to have some flexibility with the paving. I don't think this is a district where you want flexibility with paving.
The Meadows, this is an area that you might recall to the north is the Cattleman's area, but this particular area, this is 304. You've got the Home Depot, Chili's, Discount Tire, Panda Express, Roscoe Bank, Covert dealerships. This is Taco Cabana with the Strip Shopping Center. Seton is going to be a major driver in this area. This particular track right here is the Nixon property where the pecan trees are. This is called Bastrop Groves. It's been purchased recently, and their expectation is that there will be some commercial with residential built into it. South of this is the Griesenbeck property. This over here is Pecan Park commercial. So with that in mind, again, you can see the various businesses that I have mentioned. It's home to the Seton Medical Center. I think that will be a major driver. I would hope that y'all will move toward residential. I think there are two markets that will work for, and the empty nesters who would want to be close to Seton with the wellness component for the medical staff that will work there. They're highly unlikely they'd want big yards to take care of. They'd want the experience when they're off working. Cross connection is going to be a challenge because we've got some development out there where we've not made cross connection a priority, and we'll need to figure that out. Agnes Drive is currently under construction from 304 to the end of the Seton property. The remaining portion of Agnes is under consideration for funding through the EDA grant. The intersection at State Highway 304, Agnes and Home Depot Way will be signalized. It's already met the warrant study for TxDOT and will be put in the near future. Multiple retail, commercial, and restaurant businesses. One of the significant issues, if it's allowed to be an issue, is the LCRA power line that runs east and west. We would argue that it could be a main feature because it provides civic space, open space, and the orientation to how the property embraces the pipeline or the power line instead of turning its back to it. It could work to be a really important walkable connectivity. There is going to be a major drainage ditch that will run south to the river, and it is a joint project with Seton, the Nixon property, as well as the Bastrop Grove property. So that is already identified as a characteristic that has been taken care of. In this particular instance, Ms. Cantrell, that owns the Griesenbeck property, has become our customer, and she's our primary focus. We want to make sure that whatever runoff that happens in that drainage ditch does not negatively impact her to the south. So staff has spent considerable time making sure that this drainage works. And this is a project where we've hired a third-party consultant to trust but verify the calculations and the math, because we do need that to be right. So that's a feature that will be incorporated in how this develops as well.
So y'all are recommending that it stay that it just be P5?
Yes.
Yeah, right now it's all zone P5, which it's, I'm sorry, the existing zoning is general commercial and commercial 1. And so P5 would work. And if there's, at the time they're developing, if it's lower, then they can come in with a lower classification.
They could do a PDD, do a lower class. We could run the numbers on from a fiscal sustainability.
Yes.
We would call it a regulating plan, yes, ma'am. And
Okay.
if the fiscal sustainability works, then we wouldn't be opposed to it. I would say to you that P5 works as long as we are comfortable with some single-family residential. I don't think that it's reasonable to assume that it's going to be rock-solid, intense multi-development, because that's a lot of intense multi-development.
And that's why I was asking. I didn't know if you needed us to say that we were okay with some P4 and some P3.
My preference would be some P3, some P4, and a lot of P5.
Okay, and so again, we're going to figure this out, but you're not suggesting that we go lot by lot and say what's going to be P3 or P4. We're saying that this district would allow P3 and P4.
All of this land right here is vacant. So
Yes.
there's nothing out there. It is called the Meadows because it is a meadow.
Right.
So this is an area where you get to dare to dream and hope.
So from a district, character district, allowing P3 and P4 truly would allow the market to drive it as it's sold. They come to us, and so if you allow those two, how do you process-wise?
First in, whoever builds first, if they take all the P3, then all that's left
Okay,
is
so
P4
then
and
you're going to
P5.
at some point come back to council and ask for percentages of P3, P4, and P5 based on your fiscal models?
In this, when we have something to help you with, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there would be recommendations. Correct. This would come in as what's called a regulating plan. If you all remember the last time introduced, you had it listed as step 1. It's a step 1 in the submittal process. And if you actually measure this out, this turns into 57.5 downtown blocks. This is a substantial amount of area. You can get your downtown 57 blocks and fit them into this area, equivalent to 14.4 farm lots. So this area has a substantial ability to provide an alternative, downtown type of environment on the southern section of Bastrop, depending on how it builds out. And so the recommendation would be that it's a blend of those place types to create a community, a real sense of community like your downtown.
So, Mayor, let me say what he said a different way. When you are looking at property that already has existing development, the zoning is a two-pronged approach. It is first the character zone, and then the second, the place type that dictates what's already there. When you are in Greenfield, we're only going to do one of the two, and that's going to be the character district. The regulating plan is going to be the second step that will occur when development actually occurs. So in this instance, because you're only going to be dictating the character district, you would then specify the percentages and the types of development that you would like to see that guides what the regulating plan looks like. And if the regulating plan meets that, and it meets the fiscal sustainability test, then we move on. If the market wants something different than that, then they have to come back and see you. But you're dictating to the market for the ease of development, what mix of development you would like to see there to make it easy for that to happen. And if they want something different, then they'll come see you.
Okay, so I think that means that at some point you guys are going to recommend and we are going to approve or amend some percentages or a range of percentages for that mix. And I'm going to circle back to Mayfest in a second. But the other part of that, because we were talking about the chicken and the egg and Kevin doing the financial, the fiscal sustainability, I agree with you. 236 acres of P5, that the market demand for that is longer than I'm going to live. So if we base our whole model on that and the market doesn't come, we're setting ourselves up to fail. Right. So we need to have some buffer of knowing that the whole 236 acres is not going to be P5.
So what we're waiting on is these types of place types, because the minute y'all get it to a place that we're comfortable that we've established the bar ditches, we're going to ship this back to Kevin and Felix. Then they will assign some value to P1, P2, P3, P4, and P5. And then we'll take what you've said and work it in the model, and if it's fiscally sustainable, we'll say, woo, great guess. If it comes back and says, no, it wasn't, then we'll come back and offer some suggestions that make it fiscally sustainable to meet your purpose statement.
So we're agreeing and saying the same thing, that there is a dare to dream and some reality so that we don't set ourselves up to fail.
Ma'am. That's right.
Okay. And so I really like the whole point of the regulating plan, and I would suggest that maybe that's the way to address Mayfest Hill, is to in that greenfield area, in places where you would consider upzoning, that maybe the regulating plan sets some of those parameters.
Let's move to the...
Real quick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For clarification, on the part of the meadows that is west of 304, does the fact that it is part of the PD impact what we're trying to do here?
So we've had a lengthy conversation about that, sir, and I am glad I am not the only one that shares that concern. So the comment that I would make to you is this development will be zoned by virtue of being there what it is, which will not be in conflict with the planned development that mirrors the PID. And the way we have talked about it is, as long as the PID is operational, these uses do not change. Once the PID is paid off, then whatever it needs to be can be, but as long as the PID is in effect, it is dictated by the planned development that exists. And I think that keeps us legal from all sorts of places.
I just wanted to make sure we had the historical context for those who are not as familiar.
Yes, sir, and we're going to write that into the language that dictates that portion of the meadows.
So there's a picture of Home Depot, but really it's in the PDD.
Well, so here is let's be clear. It is in the PID. It's not in the planned development.
I got you, and that's enough said.
Thank you. So let's move to the River District. The River District, as I will point out, there are two sides to the river. There are two districts, the River District and the Water District. And again, we have said all along that we are working hard to make sure that the character of the property that is there is respected and maintained. And the Water District portion of the river has more development than the River District portion of the river. Don't say that 3 times fast. So let's talk about this, because the River District really has 3 distinct characteristics that are driven by the river. So let's start north of State Highway 150. The Sugar Shack is located here. There are 3 parcels of property that front the river. Smithfield Hospital owns one, and I don't know who own the other 2, but they are currently right now residential properties, and at some point in time will sell for development of something else. One of the things that consultants team has been asked to do is to put together a street design for a boardwalk. So envision that this would develop where your restaurants and your retail would open out to a boardwalk with the parking in the rear, so that we can all begin to take advantage of the river and incorporate that into our experience. Brownstone, some high-density residential might be built along the boardwalk with a river view that would be fabulous. So that would be what I would say to you makes sense north of 150. There is some civic space that we talked about, the fact that we own the southwest corner of Old Austin and 150. There's some governmental buildings here, the police department, our dog park. South of 150, the parcels that front 150 are very much F5, commercial type applications. I said F5 again, P5. Sorry, I knew when the mayor smiled at me, I screwed that up. So what you get along 150 are these properties right here. You've got your small scale commercial that has built along 150. Immediately behind 150 are the neighborhoods that are very much P3 along Perkins. And that continues until you get to 71. And that's the Pizza Hut, that's the Texas Grill, that's the Sonic, that's very intense. So the buildings that face 150 and 71 are your F5s, and then directly adjacent to that is your P3, your residential. Now, if we move south of 95 and we move into this area, I'm sorry?
One south of...
Yes, south of 71. Let's get that straight. So this is the river, this is 71, and you've got the KOA campground. Now, this is a piece of property that is interesting because south of 71 is Eskew, Perkins, and the apartment complex that fronts Childers has created a transportation network impediment. So neither Perkins nor Eskew connect to Childers. There is a fence and a roadblock that is built there. However, they line up to the fire lanes of the apartments. So at some point in time, I would strongly encourage us to make that connection. And here's the reason. This area right now sits in isolation. The ability to have a connected thoroughfare plan at this point in time means that you get out on 71 and you have to loop back, or if you know how to work your way back through Pecan Park, you can come out to the light at Childers. But 71 service roads are going to be built across the river, so there is going to be complete connectivity along this river that I think is going to change the value and the redevelopment of the property along 71 in this area. And so what you have is a river district with three different personalities, if you will, but the continuity between all of them is the river and how that works. South here is Pecan Park. And one of the things that we've been able to negotiate with Scott and Danny, who are the owners of Pecan Park, is they have built a trail along the river, and it's beautiful. And they are going to dedicate that trail and that area along the river to the city. And that's awesome because hopefully over the next decades, as this redevelops, that property along the river can be dedicated to the city so that there could eventually be a linear trail that walks up and down the river, not just at Fisherman's Park. We own property along the river behind the Sonic. The Clardy's own the property right along the service road, and then we have a 3-acre park that is right next door to it. 2 3-acre tracts that are 6 acres total. So we have an opportunity to create some civic space that interacts with the river there as well. So this is a district with a lot of opportunity over a considerable amount of time, and redevelopment will occur and just take its natural course. So this is the apartment complex that I talked about, where you can see right here, it just dead ends. This particular concrete block goes back to the Vitality Center that fronts 71, and there's a church right there. You have some mixed-use strip centers with some vacancy along 71, and then in the SQ Perkins area, you've got some businesses that have developed. So again, it is very much a mixed-use type neighborhood. So with that, we've got about a 17% vacancy rate, and I think this is an area where, with the construction of the service roads and the bridges across the Colorado River, that this is likely to see some redevelopment, particularly along the 71 corridor.
Can you go back to the map? So on our purple map, that's not showing a pretty sizable south of 71, east of the river area. Is that just because it was too long? And what's the story on that?
It's probably because I didn't cut it and put it on here correctly.
And I'm just trying to make sure that is included, because that's more of a truly gridded street. And I think it's going to be interesting to see. To me, that's an area of what it is now may not be long term what it
So here would be my comment. This may be an area where, even though we put it in the river district, because of what it is, you may want to call it something else.
Yeah, I think, have y'all had discussions about that area?
We did, and we put it in the river district.
We did, and we put it in the river district.
But if you
because
want
it didn't make sense in the Bluffs because of the industrial, is that where we were?
Well, no, it was in the retail 71 corridor.
Oh yeah, that really makes no sense.
That's right. Yeah. So it didn't make sense to be there, so we put it in the river district because the river is a barrier. But if it needs to be its own area, then we certainly can entertain that.
I would suggest South River District.
Oh, or
no,
south
there you
downtown,
go.
or whatever. Yeah. Because it's going to get left out, I think. This part right here.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, ma'am. We'll take care of it.
When you were talking about everything, I didn't hear you talk about that one area. So I think that's a great idea from Mayor Pro Tem Nelson, and that may then divvy up your acreages. And I appreciate that. So your recommendations, and I'm sorry that I interrupted you, when you got to your acreages.
My comment would be, let us come back at the 1st of May and divvy this up, because that will dramatically change your answer.
Y'all all right with that? Check. Okay, council, we have 3. We're down to the mighty 3.
2.
Did we already do Riverside Grove?
Yes.
Yes, we did, because that one was super easy. Vista and water.
So the Vista District, this is, I'm going to read you the definition, because this is where you dare to dream. This is, I've been sharing this on the employee meetings, and this is where when I read it, I can tell by the puzzled looks, they're like, that's not what is out there. So this is a definition of what we'd like it to be, not necessarily what it is. So the Vista District is a collection of people and places that provide an urban lifestyle, capitalizing on its location along 2 major transportation corridors. The district will be an eclectic blend of shops, office spaces, residence, and entertainment venues. Its diverse mix of uses create a true live, work, and play environment for the community. Civic spaces anchor the public realm, and storefronts are scattered throughout the walkable street grid, producing an inviting built environment. That is daring to dream. This is what is out there. It is the Trinity Dad Business Park, where you've got some office commercial uses, and we apparently in recent years have annexed the city limits, and this would be where our city limits end. On the east side of 20, there is kind of a mobile home RV park that we have annexed, that I would say probably has less than 20 units in it. So with that in mind, you can see that there's a considerable amount of vacant space. So to remind you, you will adopt a character zone, you will dare to percentages, you'll create an expectation for the market, and the place types will actually happen when a regulating plan is submitted and ultimately approved.
And same rules apply of don't cut us in the throat because we've dared to dream that it's all going to be P5, because that's not going to happen.
That would be correct.
Gotcha.
So in this particular instance, if we go back to the map, Mayor, an area that makes good sense for P5 might be along the 71 corridor, and then you lose intensity as you come off of 71. I think it's in staff, correct me if I'm wrong, I think this is like West Bastrop Village right here perhaps.
Yes.
And maybe this is East Bastrop Village. Yes. So these are going to be your typical, bless you, your typical residential P3 type developments. So that will give you some perspective.
P3, or does that have the potential of being mixed use P3, P4? And
at this point in time, it's
don't
P3
really know.
with limited commercial, I think is what's been talked about. It's like 12 is residential.
Okay.
Matt?
And so that equates to 19 building blocks in that area and 4.8 farm lots within that district. But again, as Ms. Humble stated, this would ultimately be planned at the time that a regulating plan would come to life.
All righty. Down to 1.
Well, do you want them to weigh in on, or have we?
You guys are going to not make it too heavily P5. I would think one of the things that you'd take a look at is you've seen some drawings of what the people who actually own the property are planning on, and does that meet fiscal sustainability? That'd kind of be a good place to start. And then you guys are going to bring it back to us, and we're all saying P5 along 71, council, where it sort of makes sense, and then let the market drive the other stuff, right? Yep. Is that Mr. Peterson? All right. Does that help?
Yes, ma'am. So the water district, I'm not going to spend much time on it. Here's why. There's only 3% vacancy rate that's out there. It is predominantly P3. It's home to Fisherman's Park, the LCRA complex, the public library, the Willow water plants out there. We've got a walking trail, several churches, medical facilities, the crossing, and some small-scale commercial business. So,
And we all know that the LCRA complex sells, so it has a zoning now. We would have used the chart for the new zoning. Whoever purchases that property would dare to dream, come to us, and it would have to go to council to get it changed. Is that correct?
that would be how I'd feel about it, because given what it is and what it needs to be, I'm not interested in us being responsible for that.
There you are. How'd we do, Matt?
Fantastic. This was really helpful. Thank you all for your time.
Okay, the only thing that I'm going to bring up again, and I'm really happy with everything that I've seen, but, you know, I hear the terms dare to dream. I've heard plans, you know, visions for just about every one of these areas. But again, I feel like the area that I'm not seeing as much as I would like to see is the north side. I would really like to see more.
So what does that look like?
Well, I think I've tried to say that several times, and I guess I'm not making myself clear, but I think it starts with connectivity and there being some sort of an overlay, something that would give us a vision.
There is connectivity because all of the connections of the right-of-way has already been dedicated. So any connection that needs to happen in North Bastrop already exists. It's the only part of our community that has connectivity. It's just never been made a priority by the community to build it. So that's the part I don't know how to bridge, because your issue is not part of the zoning or the development standards. It is a capital improvement process where we have to commit dollars to begin to put those streets in there. And I would say to you that part of what will happen, because I think what I heard from council is the P4 along Main Street will begin to help generate some density that will help drive the justification with the traffic counts to make those happen. Now, as some of the development occurs and infills, we can do some of the, what I call lower cost mobility, which is your trail system. That's not too expensive to ask a developer to do and still meet your threshold of affordability. But if we start making the streets go in as a part of the development on these small scales, they'll quit being affordable very quick.
No, I understand that. And I just, like I said, I just would like to see more of a vision for that part of town. That's really, I'm not talking about like, oh, we need to start putting streets in or demanding streets. That's not what I'm saying. I would just, it's a very, there's just a lot there. And I just think that imagination is magical. And if we could, you know, just, and I don't know what that looks like. I really don't. But I'm just saying that's the only area that I'm kind of disappointed. I don't see a vision for that if it's in anything terribly exciting as much as I have for all the other areas. And I'm not criticizing. It's not like I'm saying anyone's done anything wrong, and maybe that's something that I should work on, but I just would like to see more of a focus.
Councilmember Jones, one thing I think is worth noting is that it's the only district that we talked about upzoning.
That's right.
To allow services that we're not allowing in the other districts. So it may not be, sometimes the city manager says like it's not real sexy, but it's the bones of it, and that's something that prior to the discussion tonight, there was services that they've wanted and there was absolutely no way that they were ever going to happen. So that may not be your full vision, but it's certainly, hopefully maybe a step in the right direction. Okay, council, any further discussions? Councilmember Peterson, I need to hear my favorite words. Motion to adjourn. It is 8:27.
Maybe I'll do it up here. Motion to adjourn.
There we go. Thank you, Councilmember. Outstanding job, staff. Way, way, way easier and better than last week. Good job.
Thank you. Hopefully